everyone. Carolyn Rice, School Board Chair. So we want to welcome my colleagues and division leadership here for the start of our annual two-day retreat, and also welcome any of those in the public with us in person, as well as our viewing public. So I'll just take a moment to, before we have Mr. Din go over a few matters with us, to just cover the agenda for today. We'll be starting out with a future ready activity. That'll be 9 to 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we'll get an update on the Mental Health Task Force, and related to that, a discussion of a potential recovery program. We'll break for lunch between 11:30 and 12:30, and then we'll pick up with our educational equity and equity update between 12:30 and 2, a short break, then the Tri-Campus information and discussion. That discussion will begin at 2:15. An hour is allocated for that. We end today with school budget, an initial discussion on school board budget priorities, 3:15 to 3:45, and we'll have some moments to wrap up the day and cover briefly tomorrow's agenda before concluding at 4 o'clock. So with that, Mr. Din is going to refresh our memory on the electronic speaker queue system and such.
That's right. Good morning, everybody. So, good morning. Thank you for that. I appreciate that enthusiasm. So, getting a little bit of feedback here. I'm going to adjust this mic down just a touch. So, as a reminder, the system here in the PDC works slightly bit differently than what you're used to in the school board chambers. So if everyone can for me, go ahead and activate on your microphone as if you're going to go ahead and speak. All right, now what you're going to notice is on your mic you have a red or a green light. So red means that your mic is active. Braden, can we turn this down here a little bit? Again, feedback. Red means that your mic is active. Green means that you are not active, but you are in queue to speak. All right? So the system will automatically keep track of individuals who are in queue to speak versus those who are active to speak. The key thing to remember here is that you won't be allowing those who are in queue to speak until you turn off your mic if you are active. All right? So I'll say that again. Those in queue won't be able to speak unless those who are active turn their mics off. All right? So, excuse me? We'll just need to remind them to go ahead and turn their mic off after they're done speaking. All right? 4 individuals can go ahead and jump in and speak regardless of queue. That would be Ms. Rye, Dr. Spence, Ms. Linetti, and Regina as the school board clerk. All right. For speakers, I would like to make sure that you're all aware that we do have wireless mics up here, that if you would like to move around while you're speaking, you can use either the kind that I have or the handheld wireless mic. And you're free to use that and move around the room. If you would like to stand behind the podium, you can go ahead and use the podium mic, and that'll pick you up without any issue. All right, any questions? Yes, ma'am. So, let's see. Ms. Felton. Good morning. Would you mind turning off your mic? You can now.
Okay, now. So this is something that we could have done on the dais, but we decided not to activate it this way. And the reason for that being is because if you have a point of order or something where you need to interrupt in that regard, that can't happen.
Agreed.
When it's set up like this.
Yep.
But, if we, for example, have a point of order, there could be maybe some signal that we might have. I'm not sure.
I think that Ms. Fry could watch for those types of things and be able to intercept if we have that type of situation.
Thanks.
All right? We good? All right, any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Den. Dr. Spencer, Dr. Robertson, while 9 o'clock approaches, would you like just to share some introductory remarks?
Yes, ma'am. So we have a great agenda for you. I don't know, Mrs. Rye, were you planning on going over the agenda? I think we certainly can do that. And of course, throughout the day, board members, our team is here. So we're certainly going to be ready to answer questions during each part of the agenda. And if there are lingering questions that we're not able to get to as we watch our time, we'll be here to answer those questions throughout the day as well.
Dr. Robertson? Okay. So we could jumpstart 5 minutes early, or yes, so we're starting out with welcoming Dr. Kip Rogers, our Chief Academic Officer.
Great. Good morning, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick. I don't see her, but I'm not sure whether she's on electronically or not. But school board members and Dr. Spence, this morning we will provide you with an update that's connected with our strategic plan Compass to 2025 in the area of preparing students to be future ready, as well as providing you with an update on our technology transition goals. Joining me today is Mr. Aaron Arnold, who is our coordinator of work-based learning in the Office of Career and Technical Education. He will provide an update on the expansion of our work-based learning opportunities for our high school students. And then Matt Delaney, who is our Senior Executive Director of High Schools, will then provide an update on where we are with providing opportunities to engage all of our students in rigorous, authentic, and student-centered learning. And he'll also highlight some ways in which students are taking ownership of their learning. He will then be followed by Mr. David Den, who is our Chief Information Officer. Mr. Den will share an update regarding our expansion to our distance learning program. Also joining us today to respond to questions that you may have relative to this work is Ms. Robin Hoffman, who is our high school redesign coordinator. And we also have with us Dr. Sharon Schubert. She's our Director of Instructional Technology. She'll be joining us as a sample virtual student, which you'll hear more about from Mr. Den. Prior to hearing from our presenters, we want to give you some context via a video that was created to help tell the story about our direction with this work. So if I can engage you for about 2 minutes.
Education has always had a love affair with technology, right? And the reason behind that is because technology, just in general, is an enabler. It gives options, it creates options, and options plus effort creates opportunities. And that's what education, especially in the K-12 world, is all about, is creating opportunities for kids.
Here at Virginia Beach City Public Schools, innovation is one of our core values, which means we embrace change for the purpose of ensuring that all students graduate with the skills and abilities they need to succeed. We have articulated what success looks like through our division's graduate profile and know that helping students realize their full potential will take concerted effort pre-K through 12.
We use words such as personalization, student ownership of learning, student agency. We use these words frequently, and that's the vision that we want for all of our students, to be active participants in their learning and to be able to guide some of the decisions about what they learn, and how they share that learning.
Relationships are at the heart of everything, and they are the perfect approach. You see, hear, and feel students thriving in classrooms that are developmentally appropriate, where students feel supported and they feel safe to take those academic risks.
Students are able to select from multiple personalized pathways to pursue their interests and their passions, and also transfer the skills that we know that are necessary for them to be successful.
When looking at our path forward, we will continue to evaluate the work-based learning experiences available to all students and look to explore ways to increase advanced course opportunities for all students. There's no doubt we still have much work to do and new obstacles lay ahead, but the commitments we are making pre-K through 12 are powerful. We are excited about the path ahead as we continue to invest in what matters to ensure we are providing our students with equitable and effective learning experiences in support of the graduate profile.
Great. To begin, it's important to connect this important work this morning with our strategic plan. In our graduate profile that's located in the center of our strategy map, this drives much of our deeper work in the school division, and it's anchored in our strategic plan, Compass to 2025. As such, the updates that you are about to receive do align with our efforts to create the necessary student experiences that are identified in the blue areas in order to prepare our students to be future ready, as indicated by our graduate profile that's also located in the center of our map. One of the ways in which we are providing rich, real-world experiences for students is to prepare them to be future ready, and that's through our work-based learning. I'm going to ask Mr. Arnold to share the update on our work with work-based learning, and then he will be followed by Mr. Delaney, who will provide you some additional context relative to this important work. Mr. Arnold.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, honorable members of the board. Dr. Spence, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Thank you, Dr. Rogers, for the introduction. The rumors are true. My name is Aaron Arnold, and I'm the Work-Based Learning Specialist with BBCPS. That's a new role within a new initiative here in the school system, so I'm delighted to be here this morning and share with you for the very first time our future-ready vision for work-based learning. Now, my responsibility is to take something that we already do very well, which is work-based learning, and scale it, streamline it, standardize it across all of our high school sites. Provisionally, we are calling this initiative FieldX. FieldX responds to two driving factors, the first of which is our College Career and Civic Readiness Index, or CCCRI. That's VDOE's new accreditation measure for high schools. This is going to go into effect with data from the class of 2023, and it will measure the percentage of a given graduating class that is meeting one of the four components you see on your screen. It's a non-duplicated count, which means that once a student has met one of those components at any point in his or her high school career, they will not be counted again, even if they meet another component of the measure. Our second driving factor is our very own Compass to 2025 and the cross-subjective emphasis on equity, particularly looking at Goal 3, student ownership of learning, and Goal 5, mutually supported partnerships. We refer to our core deliverables as field experiences. These are the range of work-based learning and service learning opportunities that are designed for our high school students. Work-based learning and service learning exist on a continuum from exposure to exploration to experience. Our programming really focuses on the experience phase, and that's why we've chosen the terminology field experiences, and that informs the moniker FieldX. So what we are aiming to do is go beyond the traditional classroom and go next level with experiences for our students that are authentic. They're in the field, that means they're embedded within our community, embedded within industry. They're co-curricular, so they are tied to specific classes and to our students' academic and career plans. They're connected with our partners in the community and within industry. They're visible, which means they're documented they're verified, they're acknowledged, and they're celebrated. And finally, scaffolded. We want students to be able to build from one opportunity to the next and develop an evolving pathway towards their post-graduation goals. These experiences include the following as defined by VDOE. Those in blue are the ones on which we are focusing in the near term for scale. But I do want to emphasize that we have a robust approach to apprenticeship and clinical experience at VBCPS, especially in some of our special sites. But they do require a case-by-case approach in terms of the restraints involved in developing them. But regardless of the type of experience, by participating in and accumulating these experiences, we're hoping to aspire to two things: developing future-ready students with next-level social capital, and developing future-ready partners with next-level human capital. So as may be evident, Future Ready is a concept of emphasis here at VBCPS. This graphic may already be familiar to you. I'm sure you will see it again. If you look closely at the four vertical pillars, you will see that FieldX serves as a cross tie for these pillars that support the concept of Future Ready within our vision Encompass to 2025. While it is important that our students be future ready, we also want to think about a future ready program and a future ready region. So what do we mean by this in practice? For our students, ideally we want to see them meet all four components of the CCCRI. As a program, we need to flexibly integrate these experiences into our curricula, ensure that we are providing equitable access for all of our students regardless of their background or barriers. We want to automate processes to the fullest extent possible so we can banish burdens from our staff, especially our classroom educators. And we want to build sustainable partnerships so that we can continue to grow this program over time. If we do this, if we build a future-ready FieldX, we will contribute to a diversified workforce in a diversified economy that helps to retain talent here in Hampton Roads. So for each of those aspects of Future Ready just mentioned, where the rubber meets the road is our digital platform for managing these experiences. And we are choosing to implement a hybrid system. It will be inclusive of these two components, the first of which is Transio, which is going to be our suite of tools for tracking the experiences. So it will house a jobs board, an application portal, an experience management dashboard for students and partners alike. It will have document workflow and digital signature capability, and it will include a badging system alongside many more features. On the back end, we will use Salesforce to manage our partnerships. You may already be familiar with Salesforce as the industry-leading constituent resource management system for things like sales, marketing, service ticketing. For our purposes, it will allow us to have cross-departmental visibility over our partnerships, to be able to track those relationships over time. And also it obviates redundancy of contact. So we want to streamline points of contact within our division with our partners so that they have a consistent frame of reference. And it also helps us to remove latency of partnership. So if we have talented staff creating incredible partnerships and that staff retires, or they move to another district, heaven forbid, or they're promoted, we want to be able to pick up where they left off with that partner. So Salesforce will allow us to do that. We are building a top flight program, and we are going to put in top flight digital tools to help us get there. But that doesn't mean that we will not face challenges. There are programs like FieldX in development in districts all across the Commonwealth of Virginia. And despite our differences in size and approach, we are facing some common barriers. And I refer to these wicked problems as vampires, because they have the capability to drain the lifeblood from a program at scale. We're talking about things like lack of access to transportation, lack of geographical proximity to opportunity, low time resources, or inability to have flexible scheduling, and also competition with our other area districts in terms of resources, especially related to developing partner relationships. But where there are vampires, we can invite Van Helsings. These are the innovative solutions that we can put in place to slay the vampires before they arise. So we are thinking about things like developing internal opportunities or a grow your own pipeline so that our students can take on roles within VBCPS or within the city of Virginia Beach. We are also looking at virtual and simulated opportunities so we can bring those experiences to our students where they are. Looking at mass coordinated service learning opportunities, say on an alternative spring break timeline, so we can take advantage of our existing scheduling and transportation infrastructure. Building public-private partnerships and interagency collaboration so that we can build programs at scale in a regional setting. And finally, being champions of entrepreneurship and school-based enterprise. I want to share with you an example of something that I have been working on that is an attempt to package together some of these virtuous practices. It is called the District C Teamship. I've been working with District C. It's a nonprofit developer of this model called Teamship. They're based in the Research Triangle in North Carolina. I'm also working with the Hampton Roads Workforce Council and our 757 Regional Internship Collaborative toward a regional implementation of the District C Teamship model in K through 12 and higher ed contexts. The concept of the teamship is simple but very powerful. A real business partner brings a real business problem to a student team of 4, and then that student team works collaboratively to FaceTime for about 5 hours with the partner, and then develop a research-based solution to the problem that the partner has brought to them. And then they will pitch that solution to the partner with the intent that the business partner will then take that solution and apply it to their problem in the real world setting. The benefits to VBCPS are plentiful. Number 1, the teamship can be embedded in class time. Number 2, it meets the 40-hour requirement from VDOE for an externship. It promotes student ownership of learning, especially looking at developing leadership quality durable skills, or what we used to refer to as soft skills. It's equitable in terms of its scheduling and transportation. The curriculum and training are developed by District C, so they are turnkey and they're always evolving. I had one educator describe it to me as the best professional development they had ever been through. Teamship can also serve as an on-ramp for scaffolded experiences, as we mentioned earlier. Many students will go through the teamship and then have an opportunity to go on to a more intensive experience with the same partner they have just worked with. Also, teamship is very easily replicable across sites. It can be embedded in many different classes, so it's very flexible in terms of integration. And finally, District C supports business development in helping us secure the partners that we would need to be able to implement a program like this at scale. And for our partners, it might be evident that it leverages their time. They can reach more students with much less time input. They have an opportunity to vet those students for further intensive experiences or even eventual hire. And finally, they are able to workshop some of their most pressing problems as a business. So this is the type of innovative solution that we will need to meet our future-ready vision for work-based learning, especially in a district where we have 21,000 high school students per year. So I'm very excited to be building more programming like this going forward in the future of FieldX and taking work-based learning next level. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
I just want to thank Aaron Arnold for his efforts. It's a lot to take in a short period of time. I would redirect you just a little bit to slide 5, which talks about the components of the CCCRI. You hear that language, and it can be somewhat complicated to understand exactly what we're measuring in an accreditation standard of CCCRI. So when you look at those those core principles of the CCCRI, you'll see the work that's driving high schools and really the importance of Aaron's work. And hopefully you noticed in just a few short minutes of a person who's only been working the division a short period of time, the powerful work he's done so far in engaging in kind of the practices of the CCCRI, which really align with our future-ready work, which makes me very proud to say we've been ahead of that even during a pandemic to move this work forward. Pay particular attention to the advanced coursework component and the other elements that are there from a work-based learning standpoint, because when Mr. Din comes up and presents some components of potential distance learning opportunities can be provided through the use of technology. It'll be important for you to keep in your mind those components of the CCCRI. As such, there's several examples on the screen here that show kind of that virtual utilization of work-based learning examples. And the one that's up is Lansdowne STEM Academy had the opportunity to participate in RAISE, which is a remote experience for young engineers and scientists hosted virtually through Old Dominion University. Really, the goal was to increase science literacy, inspire, and most importantly, train the next generation of engineers and scientists. Our students interned in this environment with motivated learners from 135 countries around the world, and ultimately they can be paired with a faculty member to work on an authentic research project. It's a really powerful partnership between Old Dominion University and Lansdowne High School. A second example is from Kempsville High School. Senior Verna Zhang worked to increase the social media reach at the FACE office. Her internship was completely virtual. There was a couple of in-person events, but this highlights what Mr. Arnold was speaking about the internal opportunities that might be able to exist within our own framework of EBCPS for students. And the final example is FC Legal Studies student Alex Elstrad, who completed his internship as a self-paced journey exploring the criminal justice field with Mrs. Suzanne Katchmar, who's a public defender for the Eastern District of Virginia, who served as his mentor. She provided him with a variety of documentaries, novels, and 2 different cases to explore, and they met both face-to-face as well as virtually. As we look to expand these opportunities for all students to participate in work-based learning experiences, it'd be essential that students have access to devices and connectivity to provide these virtual experiences. Going back to Mr. Arnold's presentation, you heard, so you're going to hear some things that occurred as a result of COVID, but I think more importantly, what you're going to want to focus on is the challenges that we can continually face around time, location, and travel. The opportunities for students to engage in things, but they're unable to because they can't get there, they don't have the time to do it, or it's located out of the area. So when you hear much of what Mr. Den presents later and some of the things that Mr. Arnold presented as well and other examples I provide for you, you'll see how we're trying to mitigate that challenge of travel, location, and time. Just want to take you a little bit back in time. If you think back to the beginning of the 2000s, we could only imagine having our students participate in virtual learning experiences, including internships and also field trips. Yet, in only a few short years, our students were introduced to Skype presentations, connected to the digital whiteboards in every classroom. And this enabled them to meet and interact with real-world careers, places, and scenarios. And as you can see in the first image on the top right corner there, a parent stationed overseas was able to become the virtual storyteller for his son's classroom. Think back to 2015 when the notion of seamlessly providing virtual instruction to students seemed not possible, yet by 2018 we enhanced our blended learning for students and aided by the prioritization of one-to-one devices, a commitment to ensuring internet access for all students both inside and outside of the classroom, and our investment in a learning management system. We navigated these transitions not only through the acquisition of digital devices and software, but also by providing necessary support for schools, teachers, and students, including the funding and development of the ITS and TST position, the facilitation of digital anchor schools, and the introduction of Schoolie Champions across all schools in an effort to level the playing field for all students and provide access to materials and resources. Under the leadership of Dr. Spence and you as the board members and Central Support Services, we advanced our technology infrastructure and resources. This enabled our division to expand opportunities for student ownership of learning with an emphasis on students' voice and choice. We were able to unify learning experience and communication through our learning management system and integrate engaging technology-based learning tools such as Seesaw for elementary students to share learning with parents, or leveraging the power of Zoom breakout sessions to ensure academic discussions were taking place during the pandemic. We also wanted to ensure a continuity of learning through synchronous and asynchronous methods amidst the pandemic. We've remained focused on remaining proactive in terms of technology decisions, but most importantly, we want to ensure there's an alignment to strong instructional practices. We are intentional in avoiding the pitfalls of falling for technological trends that do not contribute to our strategic vision for students. The vision of preparing every child to be future ready with the goal of eliminating achievement and opportunity gaps so that all children can maximize their potential. It is this focus that enabled us to provide effective virtual learning for students amidst the pandemic, and it's this focus that will guide us into making innovative, responsible decisions about technology infrastructure, student resources, and classroom equipment in the future. You'll hear more of that in a demonstration by Mr. Den. And now, as we look to this future, I think it's important that we consider how we are using our current technologies to expand learning opportunities for students, specifically as we work to prepare students to be future ready. For example, the integration of Google Apps for education is guaranteed access to Google Drive and Google Sites, which are essential as we build portfolio presentations of learning for our students. This allows them to create, curate, and share their learning as it relates to the graduate profile. Another example is the transition of face-to-face peer tutoring to the digital environment in an effort to assist our students with remote learning and to be of academic assistance during summer school. A team of VBCPS teachers and central support staff met bi-weekly via video conferencing to design, implement, and facilitate a division-wide virtual tutoring program for the students of our school division. You've heard about this previously through Dr. Alexander's group in FACE. The virtual peer tutoring program launched in June of 2020. If you take yourself back to that date, you kind of know where we were at that time. The virtual tier, when it launched, high school students from Bayside, Cox, Kempsville, Kellam, and Princess Anne volunteered to provide virtual tutoring services to all students enrolled in summer school classes. That continues today. In both of these examples, Virginia Beach leveraged technology resources to expand opportunities for students. As we look to the future direction of our technology in our classrooms, it's very important that we look to leverage technological resources to expand opportunities for students in distance learning courses and to engage stakeholders in considerations around utilizing technology resources to support flexibility in student schedules. You may remember when I was here last year talking about the flexible scheduling model, this was something that we said we're going to continue to build off of these as we look to maximize opportunities for students and maximize opportunities for our staffing. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the presentation of Mr. Den, who's going to provide an update regarding our distance learning capabilities.
Good morning again, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Appreciate it. I am going to take a few minutes of everyone's time this morning to update you on our efforts to maximize student opportunities through the VBCPS Distance Learning Program. First, let's review what the Distance Learning Program is and how it's used to provide opportunities for students. VBCPS offers distance learning in two forms: the Virginia Beach Digital Campus and the Distance Learning Lab. And what happened to my clicker? There we go. So the Virginia Beach Digital Campus was started in 2006 and provides asynchronous instruction. The Digital Campus students are taking courses for the first time to either get ahead, create openings in their schedule for other coursework, or to stay on track for graduation. Apologize, I should have actually brought that up a little bit ago. I didn't realize we weren't on that slide. So the chart on the right of that slide represents this summer's enrollment numbers for the Virginia Beach Digital Campus. The Distance Learning Lab program was started in 2000 and provides concurrent instruction in a variety of world language courses. A Distance Learning Lab teacher provides concurrent instruction to in-person students as well as remote students in other buildings. Let me say that again in case you missed the importance of that. A Distance Learning Lab teacher provides concurrent instruction to in-person students as well as remote students in other school buildings. Now, you might be thinking, this sounds an awful lot like hybrid instruction. Yes, Virginia Beach has been providing hybrid instruction for over 20 years. well before COVID. As you can see from the chart on the slide, these distance learning programs offer a variety of courses. This summer, over 2,200 students will take asynchronous courses through the digital campus options, and another 2,200 students are registered to take concurrent courses throughout the upcoming 22-23 school year in the distance learning lab program. What I'd really like you to take away from this slide is that through the distance learning programs, VBCPS has a long history of success in providing hybrid instruction to maximize student opportunities. Many of you have experience in a classroom and know that teaching is a very collaborative exercise. We agree. This happens best in an in-person setting when a teacher and students can communicate face-to-face, free from technology hurdles. We also recognize that there are benefits for hybrid instruction. It creates options for students, which means that hybrid instruction is here to stay. We intend to use the best practices from our years providing distance learning programs and our experiences over the past 2 years, what we've learned during the pandemic, to expand the distance learning programs and create further opportunities for students to access advanced coursework. We've all heard from frustrated teachers that hybrid instruction is hard. And I agree, when you don't have the necessary training or technology to teach in a hybrid setting, hybrid instruction can be frustrating for teachers and students. So we set out to elevate the distance learning experience for both teachers and students. For teachers who participate in distance learning programs, we provide supports and technology specifically designed for the distance learning modality. To help us understand these additional supports, I'm going to call a friend. So, you all know that these days, calling a friend is not the same way as it was in the past. So, I have here on the screen Dr. Shoebridge from the Teaching and Learning Department, and Ms. Robin Hoffman, who is the coordinator of, oh my goodness, my brain just blanked. Robin, help me out. Come on.
High school redesign, but it's fine.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Proud employee of Virginia Beach Public Schools.
So one of the things, before Dr. Shoebridge helps us understand some of the additional supports that we're providing, one of the things that I want you to see by this demo that we're doing here is this is the type of experience that we intend our remote students to have. We're doing a hybrid meeting here, including Dr. Shoebridge and Ms. Hoffman as a part of our meeting. And we want remote students to be able to experience this same type of experience, not feeling that they are somehow disconnected from those who are here in the building or in a classroom. So, Dr. Shoebridge, help us out. What other supports can we expect our teachers to get?
Good morning, everybody. It's so fantastic to see you. I hope you can hear me okay.
We can.
Okay, and Mr. Din, when you're in front of the podium, I can hear on the Zoom call as well as listening on the side. So because I know you have the lapel mic, just so you guys know.
Sounds good, thank you.
Thanks. One of the things we did this year in sort of response to the pandemic and things that our teachers were sharing, the Poly is what is being used right now for us to be able to display, to hear what's going on. We can see the entire room there. My team, the coordinator for distance learning, the instructional specialist for distance learning, and even the office associate for distance learning, we went out to classrooms this spring and trained the teachers on how to use the Poly, did sample lessons with them. We sort of went to one location where the students were with the Poly and the teacher was in another location. So we tried a lot of different configurations. We also used the OWL. I know you all are familiar with the OWL from school board meetings. We also used the OWL in some instances and got teacher feedback. Which tool did they prefer, which provided them with the necessary components to be instructionally more effective. Our world language teachers gave us a lot of feedback about being able to hear the students in the other location. That when the students are in front of them, they can engage in conversation, but students that were in an alternate location receiving the instruction, they had a really hard time hearing what the students were saying. The teachers that tried out the Poly loved the Poly. It zooms in on the student who is speaking, shifts the camera and the speaker, and so the student and teacher can engage in conversation, and then if another student engages, the Poly shifts to that student. And the teachers preferred that, being able to hear the students. Our math teachers loved the addition to a document camera, and I think Mr. Din might demonstrate that. But the document camera for our math teachers made all the difference. Our students with disabilities that were using, the teachers that were using the OWL preferred the OWL. And so part of our work has really been trying to not just give a blanket, everybody gets X, but really say, what does somebody need that's going to be best for their classroom and their setup? And going off of what a teacher needs and is looking for. And so we've appreciated the partnership with the Department of Technology in accessing different options and continuing to grow in that way.
Thank you, Dr. Shoebridge. I appreciate it. So I'm going to emphasize a few things that Dr. Shoebridge just laid out for you. There are several components that hybrid classrooms need to create collaborative environments to concurrently engage in-person students and remote students. We have found that an additional screen like this one is important because it helps remote students to be able to feel like they're part of the classroom. It helps in-person students to recognize that remote students are part of the classroom and then makes it easy to engage with them. We've also explored smart cameras, like Dr. Shoebridge was talking about, the Poly bar that you see across the top of the setup that we have here, the OWL that you're all very familiar with. In addition to smart microphones and speakers, with the intent to free teachers from their laptops. If you recall, some of the reports that we received early on during the pandemic were the teachers were stuck behind the webcam of their laptop. And it prevents them from being able to teach naturally. And so we wanted to see what technologies do we need to implement to be able to allow teachers to teach as naturally as possible. Finally, we believe that a document camera, which I'll demonstrate here in a second, is also necessary for certain courses where non-digital resources may be needed, right? So if a math teacher wants to work on a long division problem that I loved, they have the freedom to be able to do that on a piece of paper without having to worry about how do I make this work on a digital screen, right? So what does all of this look like in a classroom? So what I have here is a sample configuration similar to what we would put into a hybrid classroom. So on a movable cart, we have a large screen that we typically already find in many of our classrooms. So a classroom would have a second one of these large screens, all right? We have a smart camera, microphone, and speaker bar across the top in this sample. As Dr. Shoebridge said, we've also experimented with OWLs in these configurations. And in addition to that, I'll demonstrate the document camera here in just a second. So our goal is to elevate the distance learning experience for teachers and students as much as possible so that they can perform in a classroom as naturally as possible. As you can see from the screen, I'm going to do a quick demo here. So what you're going to see is that this smart camera as I move around the room, well, of course, these speakers are going to interfere just a little bit with the camera's ability to pick me up. But as I move around the room, this camera is going to follow me and keep on me. Now imagine if I am a teacher in a classroom. Again, our goal was to elevate the distance learning experience as much as possible so that teachers can teach as naturally as possible, right? So it's going to follow me around. It's going to keep track of where I'm speaking from and stay on me. If a student was to speak, the camera is automatically going to zoom in on that student who would like to speak. In the same way, if you will, if I'm in a large room like this and Mr. Delaney wants to speak with me, you naturally, you do this even without thinking about it. You hone in on Mr. Delaney, on that speaker. The camera is going to do the same thing for students that are in a classroom. It's going to hone in on who's speaking so that those students who are virtual, those students who are remote in other classrooms, can have that two-way conversation back and forth with whoever it is in the classroom who's speaking. All right? Promised that I would do a quick demonstration using the document camera. So very simple device, right? So it looks like this. You can go ahead and put this on any table. So a teacher would have this. So I'm just going to put it right here on my podium with a piece of paper underneath it. And I am going to switch my input to the document camera. Now, I, of course, have this I have this flipped backwards, and we can adjust that pretty easily. But you'll see, I have a piece of paper that I can show very easily. I can write on it, I can make markings on it, and our students, the remote students and the students in the room, can see everything that I'm doing on the document camera.
Our teachers have a lot of those already.
They do. Many teachers do. I'm going to switch back to our regular camera. One of the things that you'll notice is how quickly and easily that was to do that, right? So teachers don't need to spend a lot of time with their technology in order to make all of these alterations, right? So that's one of the things that we definitely want to prevent teachers from getting that technology fatigue that you know is all too common in our classrooms. All right. So the Department of Technology and the Teaching and Learning, set up a classroom with all of this technology in it for several weeks. We tested what works and what didn't work. We put a variety of cameras. We held our own meetings and tried to figure out, does this work better than this other solution? But in addition to that, we put these technologies in classroom with teachers to get their feedback. So this slide here, and again, it's available in your printouts, gives you just some of the feedback that we received from teachers, and I'll give you a moment to read that. What you'll find is common themes that the technology solutions significantly improved the distance learning experience for teachers and students. Got one more for you. Students were more engaged. Teachers can provide instruction more naturally. We are excited about the future of the distance learning and the work-based learning programs. I hope that through these presentations, you can see the ongoing work under the leadership of Dr. Spence to maximize student opportunities and to prepare these students for the future. Thank you very much for your attention this morning. So I have always felt that a great way to know whether or not a presentation was successful is with the engagement of the audience. So at this time, we are open to your questions and further discussion. So we are open to your questions and any discussion that you'd like to have.
Looks like we're starting with Mrs. Manning.
Oh,
Just two questions. On the slide 16, where we're talking about the digital learning program, distance learning programs, are all of these done through Virginia Beach teachers? Just wanted to.
go ahead.
Yes, the VBDC is through Virginia Beach teachers, as well as the other distance learning model that you're referencing there, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. And then, so this setup is very impressive. And, you know, I'm familiar with the hybrid model because, I mean, my son years ago took a course in the hybrid model. I'm sure it wasn't as nice as this. And I think what I like about this is the flexibility that it gives our students on courses that they can take. I know, for example, you know, maybe there's not a full class at one school of students that want to take an important course, but perhaps they could combine it with another school. Can you tell us how much is a setup like this? So try to gauge how many classrooms can we put this in?
So we've already been working on those numbers. I can go ahead and give you some numbers, but the entire setup that you see here is approximately $3,000.
And to that question, Ms. Manning, I think when you talk about the previous experiences in a distance learning classroom years ago, the difference in this model is you won't be bound by space. That model, you had to go to a specific room and take that class at that specific time, and other schools had to kind of manipulate that period. So I keep coming back to that need of space, time, location being a major driver of things that have inhibited those advanced course opportunities that you're speaking of. And this model allows us to maybe expand that because we're not bound by that one classroom.
Okay, Mrs. Franklin?
Hi there. This is so cool, very George Jetson. I mean, it's amazing. I wanted to ask you though, one of the comments that I had frequently heard from a specific family was that their child was distance learning and they were having continued difficulty with getting into the room, I guess, to be able to access the class. And they said that the teacher just wasn't letting them in and they were having difficulty, and maybe it might be like 20 or 25 minutes at times. Is that maybe a technical issue on their end, or is this something that we've heard from other students as well?
So what it sounds to me, and I'll make sure my microphone's still hot, what it sounds to me is that this is one of those situations that would fall exactly within some of what Dr. Shoebridge was talking about with additional supports that we are going to be providing to teachers who are going to be doing instruction in this distance learning model. So as you recall, early in the pandemic, everybody switched overnight to distance learning.
Yeah.
And not everyone had the training to use all of this technology. Not everyone had the training on how best to teach in that format. And I suspect that a lot of those types of stories that you're talking about came during that experience.
Well, actually, this was just this past semester. Yeah. So that's why I just wanted to find out if there's, and I think that there were two different formats maybe being used, like we had Zoom rooms and we also had Teams or something maybe. And so are we going to be progressing to just one type of format, or are we still going to have those different options?
Sure. Dr. Shoebridge, would you like to comment on that one?
So I want to make sure I understood the question. So she was asking, is our distance learning model going to one platform?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So the Virginia Beach Digital Campus is using Google Meet, as is the distance learning team. So the distance learning piece from my team, we're all doing everything inside of Google Meet so that it's one platform for families. They don't have to go to Zoom for one class and Google Meet for another.
I think that will help.
So this coming school year, everybody will be in Meet. To the question you had previously, Ms. Franklin, about a student not being able to get in, if a student was in a school trying to get into a classroom that was being offered at another school, there should have been support inside that classroom, like a teacher assistant. if the student was home, that's where we were having some of our biggest hiccups, was a student that was home having trouble getting into a class because there wasn't anybody there to provide that support. The models we're talking about are students are face-to-face in one building, face-to-face in another building, but are sharing a teacher concurrently. And there'll be support in that other classroom to ensure the students can be actively a part of the other class. The other piece I will add too, previously every student was joining the meet, which was, to your point, some students weren't able to get in. With the model we're proposing, there's one meet in the front of the classroom that all students can see and interact with, and not every kid has to get on a device to be a part of the meet. So that we're hoping to reduce that issue that you were referencing there as well.
Okay, perfect, because I know that was a frustration. It's amazing we had that opportunity to provide, but I know that there was a lot of frustration and it impacted grades at times and stuff like that. I also just wanted to say, I don't see Mr. Arnold right now, but that is, I am so jazzed about the opportunity for additional apprenticeships. I think that there are many different types of learners, as we all know, and those apprenticeships are really enhancing the learning experience for those students. And I think just, again, stimulating the passion for the subject matter and their interest in that matter, and getting them prepared for what we want, and that is kids that leave and are career ready, college ready, or go to the service. So really excited about that. I think that is very cool, and I love hearing about it. Thank you.
Mrs. Weems, did I jump over you? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Great presentation. This is so exciting. I had a couple questions for Mr. Arnold too, so maybe I'll get those later. Okay, just a quick question, and I missed it. What did he call what we used to refer to as soft skills? Did he call it durable skills? Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, yeah, his was a great presentation too. I share the same thing that Ms. Franklin said, that these internships and everything, I mean, that's just going to make such a change and really connect students to their learning and be excited about their learning. I'll come back to that in just a minute if I can, but let me ask this. Okay, so just to clarify, this digital learning model is for the class, for the in-person students, and for the students in another physical school building that are also taking the class.
Correct.
Okay, so that's fantastic. I love it. But how does that, when you say that we're trying to lessen the challenges of the schedule and not being there and everything, don't we still have to really work this out in scheduling then? How does that, yeah.
You do to a degree. I mean, when we start looking at scheduling, if you recall when I talked about flexible scheduling, we said we're going to continually look and see how are we not bound by time. So can we create opportunities at different areas of the day that allow students to access that course? If we were thinking way outside of the box and out of where we currently are, it could be an opportunity for a student to take a government class from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon through distance technology. Staff member, I'm just telling you some of the thinking. I'm not saying we're anywhere near it, but that's an example of how that scheduling model exists. Tomorrow, after Ms. Woodhouse gives a human resources update, some of the pieces that we look at from a staffing challenge, you heard Mr. Din mention world language quite often, which is an area where we have a staffing challenge at times, is opportunity for a world language teacher who's typically teaching at a middle school that could potentially teach from 7:20 to 9 o'clock from their home school and cover a first block world language class that might have to be canceled if we don't have a teacher-to-teacher, enough students enrolled. So it just gives us that opportunity to kind of extend those hours of the day based on when students are available and wanting that course. You hear often in our presentations, you get new course offerings all the time here. Well, every new course offering requires somebody to teach that course. And we have a real powerful course offerings that are there, but we may need to look at ways that we can offer it out of the traditional model. If that makes sense, Ms. Williams, I hope that helps.
And I know years and years and years ago, when Neil Rhodes was on the board, we talked about this flexible scheduling, but we didn't have the technology to handle it. So now we're being able to do that. So I love that, thinking out of the box and expanding on that. Okay, so Mr. Den, of course, and our two Green there, you make it look so easy. Mr. Dennis, you know, Gus is matching, you make it look so easy. Okay, for teachers who don't have your expertise, I know you're doing training, but so far, has the training gone well? I know we see the feedback, but how difficult is this really? Because we know we can't take your word for it, because y'all are experts and you just make it seem way too easy. But how's the training going, and what are your expectations with that?
So I'm actually going to ask Dr. Schubert to comment on that because her team has been most directly involved with those classroom teachers who have been doing this for us. I'm going to make some assumptions, Dr. Schubert, that there's a couple days before when people get used to things, right? And then after that period where they've gotten used to things, as we've seen some of our feedback, it's been great, right?
Yes, so I think you saw when Mr. Din did the switchover from the Poly to the document camera, how easy that was. We don't make an assumption that teachers are comfortable with Zoom or with Meet like we are, but I will share that my office associate for distance learning was one of our trainers, and this is not her area of expertise. The Poly is a brilliant plug and play. You plug it in and it's ready to go. The other nice thing that we liked about the Poly is when it's plugged in, it does its updates automatically. So you don't have to stop the computer to update the Poly. It's a separate system. And David, I might have made that up a little bit, but I feel like that's a true statement. But the teachers, to your point, Ms. Weems, you know, it was just as easy as a USB plug-in and they were ready to go. That made a big difference for our teachers who were trying it. The second we started asking teachers to volunteer, there is, as David referred, there's, you know, technology fatigue. Oh my gosh, one more thing you're trying to put in my space. But to see how easy it was to install and then also to move. So if a teacher is teaching, we put them on a cart on purpose. A teacher might change locations, right? Not, you know, you're a world language teacher, you might be in 2 different classrooms in a building. How easy it is to move the cart. We didn't want anything to be a permanent install for ease of use, but if the teacher just wanted to take the Poly, it's an unplug, they take it, they plug it in a new location, and they were ready to go. And that mattered to the teachers who were trying those pieces out.
Okay, yeah, thank you, and hopefully they'll have all y'all's direct numbers too, that they can call you with questions. But yeah, I know there's a learning curve, but as easy as we can make it.
And Ms. Weems, to that point, we're very intentional about ensuring that the teachers are wanting to move in this direction, just like in any course.
Okay, good.
You know, ensuring that there's some desire to say, yes, I'm raising my hand to be a part of this level of instruction,
Okay, great.
because the need is there, versus saying, hey, all teachers, you're going to now engage in this work. We recognize the training components that exist, and you want to have teachers that are coming in with some level of comfortability as they go through that, because as we had with Schoology champions, they become the champions in the building to kind of allow people to see that this isn't that big of a transition with the proper training.
And I found my other question. For the future ready students on slide 7, the flexible integration, equitable access, automated processes that will help our teachers. Can you kind of like?
Sure. So that's really referring to that Transio piece. When we think about even our co-op students that we've done historically, students who go out on a work-based learning experience have a training plan about what their goals are and what they're going to do in that experience. There's evaluations, and there's a lot of pass back of that paperwork between the employer and the teacher. So that was part of implementing that system, is that that's happening automatically. There are triggers that have employers that have been loaded into the system for an experience. When a student gets to point A, it's going to send them a link. Hey, please fill this out and send it back. It also allows us to house those documents for our records so that we can prove to VDOE that students have really had these experiences, and that we're not just checking a box there for work-based learning. Historically for co-op, that stuff was handled by the classroom teacher. There were I had filing cabinets full of them when I was a classroom teacher, and we kept that stuff for a number of years. So it's really just automating that. Because this is going to expand to reach that 21,000 students that Mr. Arnold talked about. We're going to expand to teachers that are not necessarily traditional current technical teachers. I mean, if a student says, hey, I want to be a translator for the UN, maybe that teacher is in their foreign language class, and that's kind of a new experience for that teacher to maybe oversee and kind of mentor along as a student comes. So we really need to make sure as much of that's automated as possible and off those teachers, and that's been really Aaron Arnold's work for this first year, and he'll switch over into business development, which is his background. But we're been thrilled with the work he's done so far.
Okay, yeah, I love that because just anything to relieve the paperwork and the stress of that classroom
Right.
teacher and to have it automated, that, thumbs up. Okay, great job, everybody. Thank you, ladies.
Okay, Ms. Owens. Where is Ms. Owens?
Oh.
Over there, okay. You want,
I think you turned yourself off.
Oh, Ms. Holtz, I'm going to turn you off here for 1 second. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You-
Technology, I love it.
There you go.
Okay, I have a couple questions, but I'll just pick a couple and I'll send questions so that we stay on timing track. For this poly setup, which I think is very cool, are all of our schools currently able to properly connect and have the bandwidth, all the tech stuff? Our older schools, everybody can effectively have these in the classroom without whatever kind of issues?
Yes, we have a fantastic infrastructure at Virginia Beach that gives us plenty of bandwidth to be able to accommodate this type of technology and all those classes between schools.
Awesome. I had a question about the camera moving when students, speak so that everybody is engaged. Is that with mics at their desk?
No.
Or that's just when they're free speaking?
That's right. You don't need anything except for that one smart camera and the smart microphones that are built into it in a classroom. So we don't need to worry about having any additional mics or anything like that. In this room, because of the microphone setup, the camera actually, if I was being picky, it gets a little bit confused. But in a normal classroom, what we've seen is that these are incredibly sensitive. You have kids in the back of the classroom who say something without even having to raise their voice. These things pick them up and
That
zoom
was
right
going to be
in
my
on them.
question.
Yeah.
Sounds like my son's worst nightmare of talking in class because he's going to talk and then his face is going to be on the screen. Is there something that, I don't want to say has an off button, but is there something that teachers are able to do so that you don't catch that one kid always talking in the back distracting because now their face is on the screen, or when they're doing group work, that it doesn't overwhelm the process? I don't know if that's a thing.
There are controls and sensitivities and stuff like that that you can modify on the device itself to be able to adjust to any classroom.
Okay. And when two people speak at the same time, I assume it just decides on who's the loudest and it's going to focus on them?
Who's speaking at the current time is who will show up on the screen.
But like if I'm talking over somebody, if I interrupt, I'm sure it'll figure out and show something. They'll be able to see something.
Yeah.
For our foreign language teachers, and that's the one where I feel like we have some of the more difficult situations with virtual, but it's also one that we have to share the most with those teachers. Do they find, or do our students finding that there's we want to see your face when you're speaking a different language. I want to see how your mouth is moving. I want to see what's going on. And if the teacher is standing at the front of the room facing the students that are in the classroom so they can see how your mouth is moving when you're saying these certain words, is that an issue for our students who are learning in the different classroom who, like I could see Mr. D when he was Mr. Din when he was up there. There were times when I would see the side of his head or the back of his head because he's faced towards me, and then he would kind of face towards you had a good rotation with it. Is that just something where teachers would have to kind of speak to the class and then also maybe turn and look to the camera so that those students are able to see their face?
Dr. Shoebridge, I think you had specific experience in foreign language classrooms. Your team did, right?
Yeah, so there's two things with that that I wanted to share. One is the placement of the poly. So in this example, the poly is sitting behind the speakers so that you all can see us. The placement of the poly could be somewhere different. And again, on a cart, it's easy to shift that during direct instruction around the room. One of the things I wanted to share with our world language distance learning teachers is to know that they do change buildings. So maybe I'm the Princess Anne middle school teacher and I'm doing distance learning to Virginia Beach Middle. I do go to Virginia Beach Middle and on some occasions in order to be able to be face-to-face in front of those students to actually have direct one-on-one conversations with them or to see how they're progressing. So even though I'm located at Princess Anne, I do still visit the other locations. To your point, is always to make sure that students can actually see how the mouse is moving, but also to give those teachers that chance to be directly with those students speaking and learning the language.
Wonderful. And I assume that when these classes are happening, we would have a assistant or somebody in the other side where there's not a direct teacher teaching, so that obviously there's an adult in the room, but they're not instructing, maybe assisting with producing or something. Is that how that would work?
That's correct.
Yes, and that's one of the things we've really been working with Dossel, with Mr. Delaney and Mr. Smith, really about making sure we have assistants and somebody at the other location for support. We've also been trying to provide some additional training for the assistants in those locations as we're changing. So we had been using a Cisco program in 2000, then we switched to Jigsaw. As we've moved into Google Meet, we want to make sure the assistants also have received training on how to support the students in the location without the teacher. So that is another layer of support we are providing.
Perfect. Can I get one more question in? Do I have time? Really quick. Okay. For our Field X stuff that we're moving forward in, are we looking at any additional staff members, maybe one at each school, that helps to track all of this externships, internships? It seems like a big undertaking.
Yes, I'm smiling at that question because that's what our principals ask often.
Yes.
They really want a work-based learning coordinator.
Right.
And so we've been a little patient to see what that looks like, acknowledging the other staffing challenges that exist, and we want to be careful how often we're pulling out a classroom teacher for a role. Ideally, we see us getting there because it is such an important component of the child's education around it. But yeah, if you principals right now are probably applauding you asking that question and hoping you're endorsing that move for them. But that's certainly something that's a conversation piece that Dr. Locke and I have had over the last year around how do we ensure that's Aaron's only one person. He's only going to be able to do so much.
Right.
And we've definitely looked at it from a workforce lens, that it could be someone who is non-instructional. We've got a lot of partners that we work for, so that we work with the Hampton Roads Workforce Council and other places. There's people working in this space of connecting people to careers. So there is that idea that maybe it's more of a advisory role than a teacher technical role, although it could be both. That's kind of evolving.
Awesome. I'd love
We're
for us
hoping
to
with
be
the
creative
software, it
with
really
that.
streamlines it down and makes it a lot more user-friendly, as Ms. Weems said earlier. Reducing the requirements of an in-staff building person on paperwork is really, if you talk to the Kempsville High School, for example, the EBA coordinator will tell you that's quite a lift for them to record that documentation. So we're hoping that piece really kind of drives what future staffing needs exist.
Thank you.
We do want to squeeze in a few more board members. I'm aware of the time. We're at about 10 o'clock. But Mrs. Anderson?
Thank you. Hats off and kudos to all of you, teaching and learning, as well as our technology department. I'm especially impressed with the fact that you've tested this technology in classrooms with teachers and have teacher input. I think that's extremely important that you tested it and you did it with teachers, and now you've gotten input, and you've probably made adjustments from the input that you got from staff. Have you tried this technology in some primary grades, for example, to find out if it could be utilized, for example, virtual learning like we were forced to do in the past? Have you tried it in any primary grades as well?
Dr. Shoebridge, do you want to comment on that?
So we have put the OWLs in Pembroke Elementary School, and we've gotten very good feedback from the teachers that are using it. The ones that are using it in Pembroke, most of their students are home. So it was our virtual Virginia Beach students that had access to that. Those are the teachers that preferred the OWL to the Poly because it gave them greater flexibility for moving around the classroom and still being able to engage with their face-to-face students while their students at a distance who were home had great interaction. We focused this spring on our upper grades, our middle and high school. We will start to explore the elementary in the fall. We were just trying to be intentional with purchasing. Like if we were going to buy anything, we wanted to know in the classrooms where it was an immediate need, what did those teachers, what was their feedback? But now as we have an understanding of the Poly better and what the OWL's capabilities are, we will start to explore at an elementary level what that could look like.
So the Poly is what you're talking about on top?
Yep.
Okay, and the instrument that you used to zoom in on writing?
Yeah, that's the document camera.
Document camera.
Correct.
I used to have a pet name for that as well, but that's why I can never remember. It's called a document camera because I had a little name for it. I actually called it my Owlie. But, you know, I taught kindergarten, but I actually used that quite often in the classroom in kindergarten, for example, with my smartboard. And so that was not new technology. It's just something that, you know, I'm sure it's wonderful that we're able to utilize that as well with all of this. And I'm very also impressed with the price. I thought the price was very reasonable considering the technology that it brings to the classroom and virtually as well. So again, kudos to all of you. I appreciate the effort that's been put into this. Thank you.
So I have two quick questions, I think they're both for you, Mr. Delaney. You did more or less affirm about the use with world language. Can you give us a little, would it be proper to say that perhaps some upper level math courses what other things do you see for this initial?
Yes, if you're talking math, we would say we find the best bang for the buck is the upper level math students. We're very skeptical about algebra students, geometry students, or AFTA students who have not always experienced the success in that virtual environment that we believe a math analysis calculus student possibly could. And if you look at sometimes our calculus challenges, at one building there's 5 kids signed up for it, another building there's 6, and another building there's 7. And this allows us the ability to maximize a staff member and engage those students across the division to be able to take those, A, B, and BC in the same year potentially. So I don't want to go too, dual enrollment is another thing that we look at and so forth as things that could be opportunities that go along with it. Same with world language. We do not offer distance learning opportunities for usually level 1, level 2 through our VBDC format. And that's, again, you can understand the rationale behind that is those are kids being introduced to the language. You do see it in our upper level world language courses that want to get to that advanced diploma or get to the highest levels of world language before they head off to college.
And my other question, and we can talk more about this post-retreat, but in terms of class size, that's a component of this.
Correct.
I have to presume.
Yeah, a typical VBDC course can go to 30. We would not be looking at expanding beyond what a typical SOQ is at the current moment, but that is something as the reality of staffing comes into play and a teacher's effectiveness in this model and how they combine synchronous and asynchronous elements through the curriculum that it will be developed. I mean, I can see this evolving over time based on whatever challenges are right in front of us, and I think it's important that we all kind of recognize that need to continue to be kind of flexible and innovative on what that could look like and what the capabilities are of our teachers to handle.
Flexible, but recognizing class size is still a
Correct.
component of all this.
Oh, for
Just
absolutely.
wanted to state that for the record, okay.
Absolutely.
And it looks like we have Mrs. Felton, and then we'll be ready to wrap up this session. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Rye, for this moment, and I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Dan, Mr. Delaney, for this. My last couple of years in my graduate class at ODU, we were doing this type of technology, and I also wondered when will we get to implement this as well. I'm really impressed with it all. But my question would be built around the equity of this program and how will it be. I noticed, if you can correct me, that it's built around advanced courses. Is that what we are? implemented around?
We see it as a potential to increase that opportunity for advanced courses. As I think I'll give you more detail tomorrow when you hear again some of the staffing concerns, and when you look at an area that maybe does not have a certain teacher and we're saying there's room at another school for that student to take that advanced course, that maybe would not be able to do it in the current model at their home school. We feel it's really important to see how often we can continue to have them have access to those advanced coursework opportunities. The reason for the advanced coursework component is that it is a major component of the CCCRI, College and Career Civic Readiness Index that Mr. Arnold spoke about. So more advanced opportunities for kids is extremely important, and if we can create opportunities such as what you're seeing here to do that, we feel like it's really important and that our kids can succeed in that environment with the proper supports.
Thank you for the explanation, and again, speaking around equity, I'd just like to know, how will this be marketed out to all of our students and parents understanding this program? It is a wonderful program, but I want to make sure that all of our students academically, accessibly, you talked about transportation and all that all of our students get this component, keeping it in an equity mind capacity.
Yeah, I think a key thing, and it was shared a little bit with somebody saying the work of DTOL and DOT. I think the important thing is to look how comprehensive all departments are involved in this process, including the FACE department with Dr. Alexander. All of these things are a key component of how we are we communicating out these opportunities. You know, Ms. Felton, there's a segment of our citizenry that says we're not aware of certain things that exist, and that's certainly a common discussion amongst Natalie's, Ms. Allen's department and others to say, how do we communicate that? It would be, in most cases, communicated at the school level through the school counselor would share with them that this exists in that manner, but we certainly broadly think, what you saw from Mr. Arnold and so forth, our community needs to understand the direction we're going around work-based readiness skills and so forth, and that has to be a component where we don't miss kids. As Aaron said in his presentation, I'll wrap it up, but he said we do this already pretty well in Virginia Beach. We have a lot of these opportunities, but we certainly understand we're missing a significant portion of kids that need this opportunity, and how are we effectively getting those kids to understand this exists is key.
So it is a specific marketing that you're going to do with this, with the students and the parents interested in that. That's what you're saying to me, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you to the team present here and our remote team. And we look forward to what's ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you both.
So Dr. Rogers is going to kick off this next session, our mental health task force update, followed by, or integrated with the discussion on the proposed recovery program.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning again. Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, school board members, and Dr. Spence. One of the key components of the work for the Department of Teaching and Learning this past school year was led by Mr. Robert Jameson relative to the Mental Health Task Force. Mr. Jameson is our new Executive Director of Student Support Services, and he will provide you with an update on where we are with that work. And relatedly, staff from the Department of Teaching and Learning, in conjunction with staff from the Department of School Leadership, have been collaborating on researching recovery school programs. And you may have seen recently press announcements relative to Chesterfield County schools opening a recovery school this fall. And the proposal that's being shared with you this morning is similar to that one. So after Mr. Jameson shares the Mental Health Task Force update, he and Mr. Delaney will share a draft proposal for your consideration. Mr. Jameson.
I have to admit, not used to being bound to a podium, so I'm going to do my best to not fidget, so my apologies in advance. But good morning, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Melnick, members of the school board, Dr. Robertson, and Dr. Spence. My name is Robert Jameson. I'm the new Executive Director of Student Support Services, and today I will be providing an update on the work of our Mental Health Task Force. Directly aligned with Goal 2 of our strategic framework and recommendations 10 through 12 from the Blue Ribbon Panel, mental health continues to be one of the most critical concerns for our school community. And the 2022 State of Mental Health in America report confirmed the trend that mental health in the U.S. continued to get worse leading into the COVID-19 pandemic. Given our work over the years and noting this trend, Virginia Beach City Public Schools formed the Mental Health Task Force in January 2021 to assist in addressing the growing concerns. There we go. So during this presentation, I'll provide information on the structure of the task force, review the task force recommendations, share work, share the work team outcomes, and outline some of our next steps. Goal 5 of our strategic framework calls for mutually supportive partnerships to support student well-being, and this year's task force was comprised of students, parents, teachers, school board members, Mrs. Weems and Mrs. Owens, community mental health service providers, community stakeholders, school administrators, counselors, as well as central office administrators. On the slide, you will see the logos of the community organizations who participated. I want to take this opportunity to thank them and all of our participating members. Their hard work, dedication to the task, and passion for the topic were really amazing. Virginia Beach City Public Schools appreciates every department, office, organization, or group who attended meetings throughout the year, and a special thanks goes to our students who served on the task force and truly guided our work along the way. As you may recall, the task force identified 4 barriers to consistently achieving positive outcomes related to mental health, and that was access to services and supports, identification of students in crisis, stigma surrounding mental health, and awareness of available resources. The 10 recommendations that emerged from the first year of the task force were organized around these 4 areas. For the 2021-2022 school year, the task force divided into 4 work teams led by staff from the Department of Teaching and Learning, more specifically the Office of Student Support Services, the Department of Communications and Community Engagement, and the Department of School Leadership. These work teams are organized to directly address the barriers previously discussed. I worked with the team leads to establish a schedule where the work teams met a minimum of 3 times throughout the year. And the schedule allowed the task force to hold whole group meetings between the work team meetings that did occur. Although we were intentional with select staff from certain departments being on specific teams, task force members were given the opportunity to select a team of preference. Ultimately, this approach led to an even distribution of members and roles on each of our teams. Please note there is an asterisk on one of the, I knew alignment was going to happen. That was supposed to be a line down, but there is a change in staff, and we are currently looking to find a replacement for the person who has an asterisk next to her name. In the packet of information you received was a copy of our 10 mental health task force recommendations. This slide organizes for you the main topics around those mental health task force recommendations. So if you could take just a quick moment to review that the document that was in your packet. I will then go over the outcomes from each of our work teams.
So just to be clear, Mr. Jamison, when the board was presented with those 10 recommendations, these are broken down by category here?
Yes, ma'am. So the 4 barriers that we mentioned before in regards to access, identification, awareness, and stigma, we had 4 work teams that were created to address these particular recommendations that are aligned with those 4 barriers. And so you have the copy of the recommendations themselves if you wanted to take a quick look. But next 10, 15 seconds, I will go over the different outcomes of those work teams and the strides that we made this year. So for the Access Work Team, here are some of the major outcomes that resulted. The first bulleted item is the Suicidal Ideation Resource for School Counselors. This step-by-step guide walks school-based mental health staff through the protocols to use when a student is experiencing or exhibiting signs of a mental health crisis. I want to pause for a second. I do thoroughly recognize I stand between you and lunch, so I'll be mindful of that. At the same time, there's something of note within this resource that I want to share with you that I presented last July at the, I believe, PPMC and actually at the board retreat. And that's working with a community partner, specifically Kempsville Center for Behavioral Health. And several of you remarked on, we need something a little bit more in that moment. In the moment where a counselor or mental health staff member is working with the family to then share information about next steps, because they're leaving that staff member to then take on those next steps, and that's tough. And with that said, I reached out to Kempsville Center, also reached out to CHKD, and honestly, I looked at them and said, I need a video. Can you please give me something that when I'm meeting with the student, when I'm meeting with a family member, that we can sit together and watch this 5-minute video about what they're going to go do next. So that video was created. That is in this resource. There's a separate video I'm going to share with you today about something else, but I want you to know that that 5-minute video does exist, and that an extension of that is that we should, by September, have a one-pager to also give to the family that will have a QR code to the video. So that when they leave, they'll have the resources as well as the outline steps. They can watch the video in the car if need be. And we also reached out to CHKD, and they're working to create the same for when their facility opens later this year or later this academic year. Just wanted to pause and share that piece. The other part, as we know, when we send our students to the Kempsville Center or to any other resource, when they come back to us, we need to meet. And that's what the second bulleted item is speaking of. A return to school plan of action meeting form is a straightforward document for our school teams to use upon a student's return to school, and it outlines from a strengths-based standpoint what a student needs to maybe have in place in terms of structures, some strategies, some ideas, and they're listed right in the document, as well as who are the points of contact for that student and that family upon their return. And it kind of maps that out towards the bottom of the document for the first 3 to 4 weeks that they're back. So each day of the week, there's a check-in. Their second week back, there's 3 days a week that you're being checked on. Third week back, 2 days a week, there's a specific person, in addition to all the other resources that would be in place for that student. The third and fourth bullets stem from partnerships with our community. The Rapid Response Program is a free partnership from Child and Youth Behavioral Health for the City of Virginia Beach, where they have allocated through grants to staff members to Virginia Beach City Public Schools that will focus on elementary school. There will be a referral process through our Office of Student Support Services from schools to their staff. Yes, there will be active consent that must be gathered. We're working through those steps with our school board attorneys to see what that might look like, but active consent would be required. But once consent is obtained, students would then be able to work with these staff members, each of which could manage for 4 to 6 weeks, roughly 15 students. So we're looking at a total of 30 students at any given point in time. And they're helping them with case management, brief intervention therapy, and then referral out to other services where needed. For our secondary students, we have a partnership with CHKD. And that's where they have created a bridge program that's currently in existence. And we talked about last year, how could we make sure that our students could move to the front of that line? And that's what we have done through this partnership, is that currently there was a wait list of roughly 900 people. This partnership will allow us to have staff solely dedicated for Virginia Beach City Public School students. Again, at the secondary level, referral process in partnership with CHKD for approval. It is a series of group sessions, individual counseling, and then psychoeducational groups for our families and staff so that we can extend out some of our professional learning related to it. In terms of identification, Office of Student Support Services throughout the budget process with the support of Dr. Rogers, Dr. Spence, Dr. Robertson, and others, we requested for more school counselors as well as our Title I office. And I'm happy to say that we were able to receive an additional allocation at the high school level, being that we are already at a great place. And when it comes to our staffing ratio for school counselors, through Title I, we were able to maintain an increased level of school counselors at our Title I schools. And through our Project Hope and some of our federal grants, we're able to have an additional school social worker to assist our students experiencing homelessness. In terms of identifying what staff need to know, understand, and do, there is another document that you received in your packet, and that's actually this slide. The identification team worked together to identify 3 categories of information. What do we want our staff to know? What do we want our staff to understand? And what do we want our staff to do in regards to mental health? We know full well that we have some very dedicated teachers. And sometimes there are those who step outside of their, we'll say, professional realm of responsibility. And in doing so, yes, they're there to help, but maybe they don't have the adequate training in order to help our students. So one example of that was last year with our fine arts teachers. We had a professional learning. Now, that's not to say that they need to become counselors, But we know that our students in some areas tend to reach out to teachers or staff a little bit more than others. That was one. So we had a part of their full day training was in relation to recognizing signs and concerns for mental health. It also was a focus on how do we develop the skills in terms of building relationships, making responsible decisions, and from a staff standpoint, what are the next steps for me to connect this student with someone else in my building who could provide further assistance. So I say all that as an example of this year, we have organized a menu of professional learning options that are aligned with these three categories that you see on the screen in regards to, again, what we want our staff groups to know, our staff to understand, and what we want them to do. I will emphasize that the piece for the do column, really for our non-school-based mental health staff, is about how can you recognize signs of concern and connect the student and the family with the appropriate staff person in our school division. From a know and understand standpoint, working backwards, we do want all of our staff, and we have some resources readily available, to be able to recognize those concerns, those behaviors, changes in appearance, maybe interactions with peers. Part of that will be in that training. And then from an understanding standpoint, that's a big piece of connecting what you're seeing to then what you're seeing how the behaviors are manifesting in a classroom. And then piecing those two together back to the do column. What are your next steps? From a stigma standpoint, so the stigma team really focused on staff. And they said it's extremely important that our staff understand that their mental health is a priority. So I want to emphasize that point one more time. This is not just about students talking about mental health. This is staff recognizing the importance of talking about mental health. And from a family and community engagement office standpoint, we created a webpage that houses a variety of resources on well-being. That's available for anyone, but we tend to really encourage this to our staff as well as our students, but our staff especially. And then the second piece of that, because we had part of the Consolidated Benefits Office on our mental health task force, they created in conjunction with our task force, and you have to be careful in saying this, Life's a Beach podcast. I didn't choose a name, I'm just sharing. And I want to share with you 3 minutes from the first series or the first episode in this series.
Day to day. Yeah, and these conversations definitely need to be had. And so today's podcast episode is all about destigmatizing mental health. And we got some really great submissions from our staff in Virginia Beach all about their thoughts around destigmatizing mental health and why it's important to talk about. So let's take a look at those.
So I think there's a stigma around mental health because historically and culturally speaking, it's been associated with weakness and it's been thought of as something that you can just fix for yourself. And then over time, when you find out that you actually can't fix the issue, you stop talking about it, right? And you never want to bring it up to then be thought of as weak. So you kind of just keep it moving and don't want to even bring it up around anyone. So I think the stigma exists from just not wanting to be associated with weakness and for people to not think that there's something wrong with them.
I think our society often portrays mental health at a stage when people, often people in the spotlight, have hit rock bottom and done something to draw negative attention. It shows people when they've not taken care of themselves and often look weak and vulnerable.
So I believe there is a stigma around seeking mental health treatment because, first of all, people do not want to acknowledge that they have mental health issues. People love to use words like they're crazy or they're not right, when really most people are really struggling with something here. They're having a mental health issue. They may have anxiety. They may have depression. They may really have some type of personality disorder that is undiagnosed. And so I think that is why there's this stigma around mental health treatment, because people do not want to acknowledge and recognize that they actually have a mental health issue.
Well, I think there's a stigma behind mental health just because most people look at mental health as meaning someone is a crazy person, meaning they're a serial killer, and all the different negative things or connotations that come with mental health.
They don't think of depression as a mental health or anxiety and PTSD, all the other mental health things that come into play. So really a lack of education is why I feel like there's so much stigma behind mental health.
I think for a lot of us, if we ask for help or we identify that we need mental health assistance or treatment, it may make us feel or seem weak or less than, especially in the eyes of our peers, our family, or our supervisor or boss. I know in the law enforcement community, we are supposed to run towards and help people in times of crisis. So when we reach out for mental health assistance, a lot of us will feel like we're not able to do our job, or may think others may feel that we are ineffective at our job.
Well, I think it's a stigma from the lack of knowledge to it all. I mean, if you notice the last 3 or 4 years, no one really knew about it. And now you see sports athletes, you see entertainers, you see everyone is coming out speaking of it. It's almost like it was a secret. But now that it's coming out, I think people are being a lot more aware of what's going on.
I feel like there's a stigma around seeking mental health treatment because people try to ignore the fact that they have the issue first. And if you ignore the fact that you have the issue, then you will ignore the fact that you need to seek help.
I just wanted to share how the podcast exists, and we're trying to spread awareness about really it's okay as staff to have help-seeking behaviors. Because we all know if the teacher in the room or the educator in the room is not in a position to, I'd say, even be present in the moment, then great instruction is not happening. And spending time on what our EAP, Employee Assistance Program, looks like, taking time to look at what resources are available to really, have the backbone of our school division be in a position to then help and instruct our students, that's critical. And so this podcast is, I think they just finished their 3rd installment. The most recent installment actually focused on substance use and substance abuse, and being mindful as a staff person when you're starting to cross that line, and then the resources that are available locally for you to reach out to and then leverage. So again, our staff are ready and in a position to help our students as well. So our next work team focused on awareness. And in this group, they spent some time outlining all of the various events, all the various locations, and some other opportunities where we can just simply share mental health information, whether through a brochure, a one-pager, even just sharing a QR code, whatever it might be, that puts people in a less direct, let's say, opportunity to gather information. For example, sometimes when there's a mental health table and there's a staff person in front of said table at fill-in-the-blank event, nobody wants to go speak to that person, right? Like they just stand off in the corner and you're like, I'm here. So with that said, we want to provide information that can be easily accessible, whether you just walk by and pick up a brochure or you walk by and you scan the QR code. So do not be surprised if at a sporting event we have some of our community partners out and about sharing information, or you see the different student groups, which I'll get to in a second, sharing information. Or it could be that even at our college night, we're planning on doing something similar, where information, students and families are coming out. How can we help destigmatize and bring awareness? Therefore, resources being made available. With that said, there is a clear desire from our students to have mental health related, and I won't call them mental health groups, we're calling them teen empowerment groups available at our schools to talk about mental health topics. And not necessarily concerns. This would be from a positive standpoint. They might want to bring in a yoga instructor, and we're doing well-being and getting a chance to relax after school. So it's not just a group of students sitting down talking about how they're feeling. It's not always about that. Erica's Lighthouse is one organization we already leverage that provides us as a school division free mental health content. They have a teen empowerment resource library. And based on the feedback the awareness team gathered from the schools across our division, they really like those resources and we're going to leverage them. Our goal moving forward is to identify a group, whether one that's already in place or create one, school counselors supporting the process as well as interested teachers, to have a leader, so to speak, from the school as a student, attend centralized meetings at least once a month where we can get debriefed on the activities that are occurring in schools, how the meetings are, from an attendance standpoint, are going, what topics need to be addressed, what resources are then needed to support that, and then sending that back out. That allows us to have a structured process on some consistent topics, as well as schools hearing what other topics are being addressed or communicated on at each of our schools. So with that in mind, I want to share a comment from one of our students after the same video clip was shared to the task force. I'm going to paraphrase as best as I can, but she did an amazing job in that moment. She said, you know, I said, my question back to the group, what did you notice after watching the video? Or what are your takeaways from watching the video? A couple of staff members responded. She then raises her hand, and virtually on Zoom, just in regards to what we just heard, and says, you know, I found it really interesting that all of the males in the video associated mental health with weakness, and that the women in the video tend to either motion towards their heart or motion to the fact that we need to connect to other people. So it was just interesting to me. I said, well, that was a real, and I said this to the group, I said, that was a real astute observation on your part. And I said, and I really don't want to change what you just said in any way, shape, or form, but I'll say this. So my takeaway from what you just shared is no matter what work we do moving forward, we clearly need to differentiate how we deliver the content because men and women do not necessarily receive it the same. And she said, yes. So it's like, got it. So that really struck a chord with me in terms of wanting to then gather even more student feedback. So that's just one example, as I've shared earlier, how students really drove our work. She made that comment, and we then engaged in this next part that I want to share with you, and it's the last document in the packet. Ms. Melnick, you have it in front of you. It's an infographic. So our office, Student Support Services, was approached by the Legal Studies Academy, and this goes right back to the conversation on work-based learning, to essentially host 2 student interns for the second semester of this school year. And we enthusiastically said, yes, you know, we're going to work with students any chance that we can. And they have an interest in mental health from a criminology standpoint, from a forensic psychology standpoint at Legal Studies Academy, wanting to understand the connection between what we're seeing in, these are their words, crime and statistics to precursors to. So what happened from a mental health and mental wellness standpoint that maybe we missed that could have then prevented crime? That's what they want to learn more about. So coming to me, I shared, we have some opportunities for you to learn from other staff then. And we introduced them to the idea of a school psychologist, a school social worker, school counselor, behavior intervention specialist, PBIS coach. They interviewed at least one person from every part of our office. We worked with them off and on developing the questions, giving them their interviewees, scheduling those, debriefed, and then we asked them, you're going to need to put together a presentation on what you found and present it back to those who you interviewed, and they did that in this room. In doing so, they shared they wanted to create something for their peers that raised awareness about the available mental health supports. That's the infographic that you see in your packet. They want to create an elementary version of this, which we will help them in doing, and then we're going to share that document across our schools this upcoming fall. So I just wanted to maybe bridge some of the gap of what work-based learning can look like. We hear CTE so often. It can be in other areas, and this is just one example that we're going to look to do more of this year with our mental health task force. And then in terms of next steps, I'll be meeting with work team leads later this month or the early part of August to discuss some of our things that we need to focus on for this upcoming school year. Throughout August and September, as our teachers return and as our school-based mental health staff return, we'll be sharing some of the resources that I outlined today with them, especially our school nurses, school psychologists, and school social workers in regards to the step-by-step, the transition plan back to school, and some of the infographic work that you see. And as we conduct more of our professional learning opportunities and gather feedback from our staff, we will then look to differentiate what the different trainings will look like, from youth-based mental health, first aid, all the way down to depression awareness. And for our staff, you'll probably see, if not definitely see, some sessions on compassion fatigue and things that we need to keep in mind as we support our students. And then in October, we plan on conducting our first mental health task force meeting, and then we'll begin our actual work team meetings with those same 4 that we discussed today in terms of access, identification, awareness, and stigma. So Just wanted to provide that brief update before we transition over to our conversation on recovery schools. I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have in regards to our mental health task force work.
And can I again recognize Ms. Owens and Mrs. Weems for being our two school board members, and this is your opportunity now if you want to just share any commentary.
I think I'm up. I'm probably blocking you out, Jessica, I'm sorry.
We'll go with Mrs. Weems first.
All right, okay, yes, I was on the stigma group that I had signed up for, and like Bobby said, we really, really mainly talked about staff and the stigma with staff. I think the most promising, one of the most promising aspects of this is just our community partnerships. I mean, it was amazing to get on these meetings and be able to talk to experts and from CHKD, Kempsville Behavioral, wherever. And so we just have such a great partnership with community, our community. So Dr. Jameson, you know, thank you for working so much on that and making that happen. I think the most important thing about all of this is just to be able to destigmatize mental health, whether you're talking about anxiety, depression, addiction, whatever it is, and then also the parts that we're providing resources. I mean, to me, that is just basically the most important thing, because when you are faced with a mental health crisis in your own life or your child or your spouse or anybody, you're just completely overwhelmed and you don't know what the heck to do or where to go. So I think that one piece, to provide resources, you know, link on our webpage, a handout at events, the QR code, and I specifically love the idea of making those resources available, not at a mental health meeting, but at a football game, at, you know, a parent connection, at PTA, again, to destigmatize, but the main thing is just to get these resources out, and I think that we're doing a wonderful job with that. And every organization I'm involved with, that is their number one goal: resources, resources, resources. Make it plain and simple. You're dealing with an overwhelmed person that has no clue of what's going on or how they're going to get from A to B, and you've got to just make it plain and simple. And to have those videos for right at the time of crisis is just so key. I just want to thank, I was in Dr. Alexander's group, and he did a great job. Bobby, just thank you for everybody, because this is so complex, so comprehensive, but I think that we're starting little by little to improve, and those key aspects I just really appreciate as a parent who has been through this on different matters. I just really appreciate this. I've got a question, but I'll let Ms. Owens go ahead and go before I ask a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You were already on. Here, I'm going to go.
Okay, I'm on. Now I know how to do it this time for real. I won't belabor the point. Ms. Weems hit so many of the things that I wanted to say. This group really is one of the things that was my goal coming onto the board, is wanting to see our division work more collaboratively with our partners like social services, like CHKD, the two organizations that I worked with prior to coming onto the board. And it is absolutely happening now. I think it's it's going to be a model for districts throughout the state. And I'm hoping to see us kind of continue the work. We made such amazing progress in the year that we've been doing this, but mental health is not a one and done thing where you can take a class and you got it, or you put something together and you got it. It's something that is always evolving. And so at some level, I do think that this group needs to have some kind of a continued process. And we can talk about how that might look or what that might entail. But I do think this is something that needs that continuance. I am really excited about being creative with the ways that we're delivering those resources. Like Ms. Weems said, when we see our students who we still have, and those who have gone off to college and had difficulties, or when we're hearing about suicides frequently, they are students who went away to college or had sports or had a lot of other things on their plate. And so reaching them in those areas, at the sports events, at the college nights, I think is going to be a real step forward. One last thing that I'm hoping that we can do is to really start tracking our crisis intervention work within the school system, within the individual schools. Just to have a compiled annual touchback with the board to say our staff and counselors had to do 300 crisis assessments where a student was in immediate crisis and needed to be assessed for acute care or whatever kind of immediate need. And that way we can kind of have an idea of the frequency and what our services staff is working with on a regular basis, and not necessarily look at it as a negative. If we are getting more of these crisis interventions, it might be because we are advertising and bringing the need out for people to feel comfortable to report those needs. So for us to just be looking at it statistically and having data to see what we're doing there.
And that's, thank you, number one. As a quick follow-up on 2 points that you raised. One, thank you, Dr. Robertson and Dr. Spence, for connecting me with work that's already being done across really our region. And so to your point, and Ms. Williams, you brought it up as well, the fact that it's a community effort. So I think it's Dr. Stansel and then Dr. Jenko who had reached out. So there's different task forces that are already in place that now want to partner with us in hearing what we have done. We had a newsletter created to outline this work. So there's a quick s'more, if you're familiar, that outlines much of what I shared today, and I was able to share that with them, and they're able to discuss that. That has led to, with Dr. Stansel's group, they want to focus specifically on destigmatizing mental health. And in my meeting with them, I brought up, we have no PSA, there's no public service announcement on behalf of Virginia Beach talking about mental health. And so they really got behind that, and we're looking to have our meeting in the next few weeks to discuss it. From a data standpoint, we had some change in leadership at Kempsville Center. I normally get the quarterly data. I asked for it. Roseanne's working on it, so we should have that. Internally, I did informally ask. So I do have some other data we can talk about separate from this. And I also have Securely data about the number of times from Securely we saw a depression, self-harm, or suicide alert that came through.
Wonderful.
Yes,
Thank you.
Okay, I think it speaks volumes. It's so affirming to have our 2 school board members really affirm everything you've shared and then some. So with that, we'll switch to Mrs. Franklin.
Thank you. Such important work, and I can tell that you're very passionate about it. That's amazing. Couple things that I wanted to ask you, because especially when we had the Virginia Beach police officer speaking, I know that especially with military background, if you have that weakness, so to speak, and you have it addressed or decide that you want to find help, and then all of a sudden they find that you're not fit for duty, or they're concerned about that visit or that assessment impacting your job, which is something that you need to do because, if you're having situations like that, you want to be able to have something else to focus on and draw your attention from some of those other things that are happening in your life. And so one thing that I'd like to ask is for us to figure out ways to deter that appearing like it's going to create a situation where you're not fit for whatever the task is or whatever your duty is or whatever that is, because I think that is part of what causes the stigma. Just asking for help sometimes can be the first problem, right? And also the first step. So how do we create a situation where it's not, it is only the first step and not a problem, so to speak? And then secondly, I would love to find alternative resources like using yoga. I'm super hyper, but meditation is incredibly helpful. And I just discovered that 6 years ago, and I never thought I would ever do something like that. But it has become incredibly helpful in my life. And so finding some avenues where it's not necessarily a mental health thing, where it's just overall health, where it's a part of a well-being kind of situation, and providing additional resources. within our division to staff and students, like using yoga or meditation or other, alternative options.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we currently have there, and do we have a path for moving forward? Thank you.
We do, and I know we're getting up against time for the recovery school, but to answer your questions, one, Ms. Woodhouse and I actually had a conversation, I think it was April 18th, because it was the senior staff retreat, where we talked about how can we change the stigma or even the culture among staff about help-seeking behaviors. We have a great employee relations office. We have great options here with benefits. How can we then kind of bring that together and promote how just because someone's recommending EAP does not mean that you're not fit for work, or it doesn't mean that it's going to negatively impact your evaluation in some way, shape, or form. It's just an opportunity to have a conversation with someone about, how are you? Simply put, how are you? And then talking it through from that standpoint. Secondly, working with Dr. Alexander and the wellness model that family and community engagement has in place, it includes partners, and we have a very long list of partners, and we've actually been very intentional moving forward. How can we make what our partners want to provide just regularly available? Whether that's yoga after school, can we get a massage chair, just saying. But anything of that nature that we can make readily available and regularly available to our staff from an overall wellness standpoint, those are conversations that we're having.
Okay, Mrs. Manning.
Well, first, thank you, Ms. Owens and Ms. Weems, for using your expertise and helping our students in this task force, and for you, Mr. Jameson. I know this is you're very passionate about this. Thank you for your leadership to make all of this happen.
Yes, ma'am.
And I love the community partnership piece. And on that topic, I have a practical question. So, as a school board member in discipline hearings, I often see students that I'm like, this student needs help. This student needs some mental health help. But often the parents are like, I can't get an appointment, and they just don't know what to do. So I've asked for resources, and I can see this happening with teachers as well. A teacher sees a student in crisis, they want to give the parents tools, while also referring them to the counselor, but also an immediate tool for the parents. Hey, here's a resource for you. So as a school board member, when I'm faced with that, what's my next step?
Okay. Well, we have a few things. I think that's an opportunity for us to maybe connect and share with you simple one-pager of the next steps or options that are currently available for that family in that moment. Because as I heard you share your question, the Bridge program moving forward might be an awesome opportunity for you to be aware of and then recommend back to the school, like, here's the paperwork to submit for this. Let alone, here are some community partners that regularly have fill-in-the-blank groups through NAMI, for example, that they could just access without a wait list. There's a calendar, you show up, and it's readily available for you. In addition to that, the parent resources that we became aware of, back to groups who were on the task force, that prior to the task force we didn't know exist. So the one pager, when we can work together to get that to you for those exact, because I've been with you on those boards for those hearings. And yes, I think that'd be a great opportunity to have that resource in hand.
Yeah, and maybe something that maybe even just a website for teachers, or for anyone facing that's in a leadership position in our division. That's because I don't want to say, oh, well, let me get you connected with so-and-so person that can get you connected with.
Right.
I want to make sure it's going to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and then my other question is, again, these community partnerships are so key because we're in the business of teaching students academics, not necessarily mental health professionals. So this is wonderful. I guess my question is, what is the sustainability of this? I know that community partnerships are most of the time free, but I know they're not always free.
Right.
Our partnership with CHKD, is that free, or are we paying for that to get that access that we have?
So the initial years, it's CARES Act funding, it's ESSER funds that we'll be looking at. And then from an impact standpoint of evaluation of that model, how readily is it used? Feedback from those who do use it, was it impactful, did it help you? We can then have the conversations about local funding. So for this one year, we are looking at using the grant funds to fund it. Sustainability, I think there's a desire, but we really do need to see or evaluate the impact of it to make sure we can move forward with it.
How much is it?
It is $369,972.
For a year?
For the year, yes, ma'am.
Okay. and that's to basically just get us front of the line access for our students?
So a group of staff dedicated solely to Virginia Beach. So the bridge program will still exist for CHKD. We will have our own staff solely for Virginia Beach students who can then cycle through and they can readily work with schools.
And then do the parents still have to pay for the services once they're connected?
No, ma'am, that's part of that model. So
Okay.
that the resources and services that they provide, we're essentially covering that on the front end. And then anything beyond the scope of that work, that's when insurance or any kind of referral would occur.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that seems to cover questions at this point in time.
Yeah, don't go too far, Mr. Jameson. Thank you. And good afternoon. I think you'll find this is a nice follow-up to the Mental Health Task Force recommendations around a proposal that Mr. Jameson and I will be requesting permission from the board to pursue the opening of Recovery School in Virginia Beach. We're going to spend a few moments kind of sharing what we mean by Recovery School. I'm going to provide a rationale for pursuing and discuss the initial steps we've taken up to this point. And if you give us permission to do so, we'll just briefly share what our next steps would be in this process. Before I get too far into it, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of Dr. Saltner, who's really taken the lead on this primary leadership role in this endeavor, as well as acknowledge the efforts of Mrs. Weems. Certain all of you know how committed she is to providing services to families and students that are struggling with addiction, and she's been a primary driver in our work over the last couple of months here. I think you'll also hear again as you stress partnerships, kind of that piece, Mr. Jameson will discuss some of the partnership work that's going on in this case as well. I think it's important for us to share with you what is a recovery school. The purpose of a recovery school is really to educate students in recovery from substance use with an educational and recovery focus. Ultimately, the goal is to provide a fresh start for students by providing the necessary counselor support while importantly making progress toward a high school diploma. As of 2020, there were a total of 43 recovery schools in 20 states in the United States. But in Virginia, as many of you may be aware of, Chesterfield County is in the process of opening a regional recovery school. They requested funding from the General Assembly, and they're in the process of opening that school at the start of the current school year. Mr. Jameson will provide more details on that. As Mr. Jameson shared, and as we like to do often in our presentations, is to really come back to our strategic plan. Goal 2 of Compass to 2025 is focused on well-being by focusing on creating a learning environment that supports the physical and mental health of all students. I think it's also important that you read through Strategy 8 of that goal, which implements procedures to systematically evaluate behavioral mental health needs and provide programs and services to meet these identified needs. So in preparing to bring this recommendation forward, we want to provide rationale based on our evaluation of the need to move forward with pursuing the possibility of a recovery school. Let's give you a moment to take a look at that slide, and although you may look at the percentages and see that they're not overly high, I'm going to provide actual numbers to you as well. Substance abuse offenses continue to be prevalent in our schools, especially our secondary schools. During the 2021-22 school year, discipline data reveals 485 offenses of alcohol and/or drugs were addressed by secondary schools, including 338 marijuana offenses, 25 alcohol offenses, 5 possession and/or under the influence of a Schedule 1 or 2 prescription drug, and 117 miscellaneous drug offenses. In addition, 18 8th to 12th grade students were disciplined for a cumulative total of 2 drug and alcohol offenses within the school year. As you know, the Substance Abuse Intervention Program, or SAPE, is a 10-day instructional program designed for students who are first-time violators of a drug and alcohol policies. Students are offered this program in lieu of long-term suspension from school, and before readmission to the home school, they must complete 10 days of instructional sessions, participate in a urine and drug screening, and have the student, parent, guardian attend 1 Thursday evening session. For the 2021-22 school year, 324 students were assigned SAPE, with 268 for marijuana, 34 for alcohol, 5 for a Schedule 1 or 2 drug, 13 for over-the-counter medication, and 4 for prescription drugs. Data from the state of Virginia provided by the National Center for Drug Abuse Statistics, also known as NCDAS, show that overall, 20,200, that's the 3.2%, of 12 to 17-year-old students met the criteria for illicit drug use disorder, and approximately 10,000 met the criteria for alcohol use disorder. Approximately 7% of teens in Virginia use drugs and 9% drink alcohol. Of the 7% of teens who reported using drugs, 77% indicated they used marijuana in the prior month, and approximately 10% of all 12 to 17-year-olds in Virginia reported using marijuana in the last year. Data provided by the NCDAS regarding other drug use in Virginia indicated approximately 2% misused painkillers and less 1% used cocaine, methamphetamines, or heroin. The prevalence of this substance abuse is evident in the data above, which captures only those offenses of which schools are aware. A program which supports students with substance abuse recovery, we think would be a benefit to all of our students and families. At this time, I would like to pass the presentation back over to Mr. Jamison, who will provide additional details on what Discover Recovery School can offer, as well as share steps that we have taken up to this point.
So Recovery Schools aim to create a learning environment where students can receive an excellent education while also gaining support for recovery. As a result, students must be willing to be an active participant in their education as well as their recovery process. Recovery schools are not a placement in response to a disciplinary infraction. Instead, they are a partnership between students, their families, and the school community. These types of schools usually operate from an off-site location to remove students from the environment where they may have been accessing the illicit substances, and to allow school leaders to effectively lead their schools, since relapse is expected throughout the recovery process. Furthermore, a recovery school provides wraparound services for families that includes comprehensive and holistic services for youth and families in a culturally responsive manner. Excuse me, my mistake, thank you, thought I hit that. That connects them with services based on the students and their specific needs. And so in regards to what we have done so far, Dr. Soldner, Mr. Delaney, and I, with input and assistance from Ms. Weems, researched recovery schools. We gathered information from the Association of Recovery Schools, contacted recovery schools in North Carolina as well as New Jersey, and began conversations with the Virginia Department of Public Health to learn more about the effective structures and services for recovery schools. Next, Dr. Soldner, Mr. Delaney, Mrs. Weems, and I visited the Coastal Prep Academy, and the picture you see is our chance to meet with their staff, which is a recovery school in Cape May, New Jersey. As seen in the picture, we met with their leadership team, along with their superintendent, students in the program, and the community partner providing services. Upon our return from New Jersey, we began researching potential sites and grant possibilities, assembled a working team involving all VBCPS departments, and began developing a document aligned with Policy 6-24.2 to outline a purpose and description of the potential program. Additionally, we have explored possible community partners who can provide the services needed should we move forward with the recovery school. And these services include, but are not limited to, case management, individual counseling, group counseling, access to peer recovery coaches, and psychoeducational groups for families. As mentioned before by Mr. Delaney, Chesterfield County is moving forward with a regional recovery school this academic year. And for reference purposes, our committee reviewed their proposed operating budget when organizing the details for a VBCPS recovery school. The estimated budget for the Chesterfield Recovery School is roughly $865,000 for the first year of implementation and $890,000 for year 2. Based on the research of our committee, the operating cost for VBCPS recovery school should be less than the anticipated totals for Chesterfield. However, we will continue to seek and apply for grants to help offset the cost in the event we move forward with this initiative. And so really at this time, with that as our background information, we're simply just asking for permission to proceed with exploring the possibility of developing a recovery school here in Virginia Beach. And as Mr. Delaney outlined before, should that approval be given to just explore the possibility, there are some next steps that we can outline for you. But we open the floor to any questions that you may have.
So I think it would be prudent to offer to Mrs. Weems first to offer some additional commentary.
Thank you, Ms. Rye, and Thank you to Dr. Soltner, who couldn't be with us today because he was traveling with business, and Mr. Delaney and Dr. Jameson, thank you so much for all your help. Obviously, I think this is of great need because of personal experience. I think that we see in discipline committees, we see in our waiting list for SAFE, we see in just the 500 infractions just last year, that this is a need not only nationally, but in our state and definitely in our community. Remember, these 500 that we're aware of from Dr. Jameson's data, those are the only ones that we're aware of. Usually you don't have a crisis, or you're usually not found with drugs at school, or have substance abuse challenges the first time you use. So a lot of these cases go completely undetected. I know that from personal stories with my daughter. 2 years after she died, one of her soccer teammates at school came to me and said, I'm sorry I haven't reached out to you. I've been in rehab for 2 years. It was so-and-so and so-and-so and me who gave your daughter a lot of the drugs, and we were all on the soccer team, and they all made straight A's, and they all went to college. But they had major issues that nobody was aware of. And so I just want to impress upon the fact that we do have an issue in Virginia Beach. Just a few months ago, Michaela from Ocean Lakes High School had just turned 16. She thought she was taking a Percocet, and she never woke up. And her mom and I spoke. We did 19 presentations in our schools in the month of May in 4 of our high schools, and it was very impactful. We got great positive feedback, and you could have heard a pin drop. These kids need help, they want help, and they want something that doesn't stigmatize their ability to get an education. The neat thing about this too is in my research also, at the college level in Virginia, we actually have 7 universities who have recovery programs. Rams in Recovery at VCU. One of my friends, I just heard, they opened up something at Longwood. UVA has something. So if these kids can get their education here in Virginia Beach and have those resources and support, and then pick one of 7 colleges and universities to extend that, we've provided 8 years of support for these youngsters to get a great education. So I hope that we get our thumbs up today so that we can pursue this and make it happen. Obviously in Chesterfield, they saw a great need for this, and the General Assembly passed this, I think, a couple years ago. And so I want to make that happen here for our students and families as well. Again, thank you for all the work that you guys have done. And I asked my school board colleagues to give us a thumbs up to move forward on this very needed program. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Anderson.
Thank you. I have several questions. First of all, what makes a student eligible? Is it a first time? I know it was explained that sometimes when we catch them, it's not their first time, it's just that they happen to be their first time getting caught.
Right.
Okay, so I understand that. How do you determine who is eligible? In this school, recovery school, when you first talk about it, it sounds like a school itself, by itself. So I'm concerned about where the site would be. I mean, would it be, for example, we have, I'd like to know more about what possible type site we would send them to, and would we send them there for all their classes, or would they just go there for some classes?
Understood.
How much is going to cost, obviously, and you kind of addressed that approximately from what we know that Chesterfield is doing $865,000 approximately, and I'm assuming that's taking into consideration the staff, the paid staff. That's always the biggest cost.
Well, there's a
And
few
legal-
questions there for Mr. Jameson. Maybe he can start to answer some of them.
Hang on, let me
Okay.
finish. And what about legal requirements down the road? So all of those are things that I'd like some answers to.
Understood. So first, please know, some of the details would have to be gathered. We didn't want to put the cart before the horse, so to speak, in terms of starting to do that work and have answers for you without the permission, so to speak, to move forward from the board. With that said, your first question, in regards to readiness for the program, who's an eligible candidate for the program, in meeting with several of our local partners or potential community partners for this, there is a screening tool. So there is an assessment that would be done very similar to what you would see from an intake process for outpatient services. So there's going to be that family, sociocultural, if you will, interview. There's going to be the interview with the student. There might be some information gathered from the school, and collectively, a decision would be made. Some of the biggest answers from the student that would dictate readiness for the program is their desire to be in recovery. So I just want to be clear on, it's not really our decision or any one person's decision. It's really more of, let's use a research-based assessment tool to determine their readiness or even level of appropriateness for this program, one. Two, some of the other aspects that you brought up in terms of location and in terms of cost, that is still yet to be determined, because again, we did not want to go too far into the details without support from the board, but I don't want to speak out of turn. Mr. Lane, you want to share a little bit
I
more?
also want to clarify, Ms. Anderson, this is not in lieu of discipline.
Right, I
So
get that.
this is not a scenario where a student has a discipline offense and we say, here's an option for you to go to this recovery school. That's a totally separate method. This is designed for, as Mr. Jameson said, student recognizes they need recovery, families looking for that support. And another key element that I don't want us to miss is that academic support part, that the student can continue on in their academic progress while receiving this counseling, which is a gap that exists in many times as a former principal, where a parent has to make a decision: recovery, lose out on school, or continue at school and don't go to recovery. And frankly, quite often they choose the school response more so than the recovery response. So want to be clear on that end. When you talk about a location, one of the things that we recognize through the research is you can't have it in a comprehensive high school. You can't do it. It has to be in a separate location. Again, going back to that stigma conversation, one, it's an area around it. Two, if a student were to relapse, they're not now into the discipline component of it as they would have to be in a comprehensive school. So it is recognizing that need for ongoing support for students in need of this service. So to Bobby's point, we've been very careful. We've done some heavy lifting, done a lot of research, put some things together, but certainly did not go to here's the program without, and you guys wondering why we didn't come to you first. So still some logistical things to work out. We are working very heavily on partnerships, and Bobby can probably speak more later to the point that many of our partners are saying this type of wraparound service does not exist. There's a significant gap. Am I
That's correct.
summarizing that correctly?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Manning.
So I appreciate the fact that this would not be a placement for discipline. But if there's a situation where a student is struggling and does get expelled for drug use and the family is reaching out for help and they desire to go to the recovery school, could that be an option for them?
That has definitely been discussed. We don't, I want to emphasize, it's just not an automatic placement. Right? It's just because you got in trouble does not mean you're automatically going. It would be, I heard you during the hearing, these things came up, we believe this program might be a great place for you. That can definitely still happen.
Okay, great.
We still have to work out some of the logistics in terms of suspension and what that looks
Yeah.
like and things of that nature. But in terms of, this is not designed to turn anyone away.
Okay. And then my next question is, have you explored a regional approach to this? Maybe, partnering with another school division, things like that?
We've had some conversations. I will tell you, this is very preliminary, but the initial conversations were, this is an extremely daunting task. Yes, as some of us who have been involved in this, it is. I think there's interest if more details were available. As if given the opportunity to move forward, I think we could put together a proposal where other school divisions might want to join. and have a better understanding of what we mean when we say recovery school in our area. But there is some interest, but not to the extent of they're definitely a partner at this point in time. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then one idea that I had while you were talking was regarding cost. You know, what if there's a student that's been kicked out of school, he or she is being homeschooled or whatever, they're not in our system, could we offer this program for a cost to students who aren't enrolled in our division, perhaps?
There are, so I don't think we mentioned it, there tends to be 3 models across the country for recovery schools, solely private, solely public, and that public-private partnership. From the research we've done, I have seen from the private and the public-private partnerships, the opportunity for that to occur. We have not gone through the details of what that would look like locally, but it's something that I know does exist from speaking with the Association for Recovery Schools.
Okay, yeah, so I'd just like to see something like that explored maybe when you're doing your research.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Manning, to your question on the regional, really our goal is to get it up and running locally.
Yeah.
And then expanding as that goes, as we look at how much we're operating under Fidelity. But it certainly is something we would consider moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Owens?
Thank you. I'm similarly interested in the possibility of regional approach. I'm trying to wrap my head around how it looks when it's going. I'm not sure. With the one in New Jersey, was that run specifically by a school district, or was it a private program?
So partnership here, and this was more regional, where you had multiple townships, so to speak, school divisions, that were having students come to one central location. So therefore, transportation became an issue. There was a cost associated, essentially a per pupil expenditure, depending on your school division, that was going similar to CSEP for us locally, that was then used for transportation, used for the service provider, used for the staff from the one school division that was hosting it, if that makes sense.
It does.
Students were then transported to this central location, and they received, there was urine analysis as part of their beginning of the day. There was a gathering in the morning to start the day, and then there was academic instruction that was woven in also with the services that they need to receive, from individual to group counseling. Health and PE was still part of it, some type of resource, art, that therapeutic piece to it, and then they were able to leave in the afternoon after some form of recreation or academic work. They had a different schedule for each day of the week, depending on availability of staff, but overall, had about 5 townships coming in, set schedule for each day of the week. Services and academics were balanced. You had opportunities to interact, get the services that you need, transported home in the afternoon.
Okay. I am interested in learning more and seeing that exploration, but I want to make sure that I am understanding what the thumbs up for exploration means, because I felt like in the past I gave a thumbs up for exploring more and then came back and found, okay, thanks for that, and we're going to start it next week. We've done that exploration, and that wasn't what I was expecting. So I want to make sure I'm coming in with the correct understanding of what I would be thumbs upping. And then my other thought is just that when we've had kind of specialized program, not this, but a specialized program like in our district before, such as the pregnancy program, it sounded really good on paper. But then in practice, there were some difficulties. I just go ahead and say that in 11th grade, when I was pregnant at Ocean Lakes and kind of pushed a strong push towards this program, they were not able to offer the coursework I was taking. It was, yes, you're taking all these advanced classes over here, and we can put you in gen ed, over here, and you'll get this other support, which I may or may not have needed it. I didn't, but I'm concerned if we are going to pull students, and I understand that they have to want this, but from the coursework that they are able to get in our regular school programs, and the extracurriculars that they are not going to be able to partake in, and making sure that there's, I don't know, a balance. If you are struggling with one thing and then you lose your soccer team and your dance club and your chorus offerings, are those the things that you needed to pull yourself through? And so I just would be interested in that with the exploration.
Sure, we'll
So
share.
to your first question, Ms. Owens, policy 6-24.2 is what we're following in terms of coming with a formal proposal to the board. I want to say October, November, you'll see that if you approve us to move forward, when we're thinking this would come for an official action item, where you would see the full, we've developed a little bit of a draft, but you've seen similar things with environmental studies programs and other programs that we put in place by following that policy, which goes through a very comprehensive outline of the program. So to your first question, that's what that would be. The second question, it kind of plays off of what you saw with Future Ready. We did not have, I would assume, the digital options when you were a student that we do today to engage in that. We certainly recognize for a family that has a student who is not uncommon to be taking several AP classes that is struggling with addiction, to say we're not going to be able to offer you those courses is going to be a detriment to them raising their hand to be in the program. And so we've talked about it as an extremely important component to leverage those digital platforms for students to say, I'm not choosing between two. I can have my recovery and my academics and feel empowered to do well in that program. If we don't do that, we feel like we're going to miss a significant population of students that are in need of that support. In terms of extracurriculars, those would all have to be things we would think and work through, and what that could look like for students to still participate in those things, because I agree with you, students that are active in those type of programs tend to find great benefit from it. So I think all of those things, as we're recruiting future students, we have to have answers for parents around what am I sacrificing to be a part of this program. And we certainly don't want them to have to make a difficult decision around recovery or the desire to go to UVA, for example. But those two things can exist together is our hope.
Okay, sounds good. I'm not sure if there's any way that you all would be able to solicit some student feedback prior to coming back. I don't know if there's a way to actually reach out without, compromising, confidentiality issues, but I'd be curious to see what possible demand. Do we have students who are going to say, yeah, if that was available, I would want to switch from my homeschool and do that, versus, if you forced me to, I would go. And so that we would have kind of an idea.
Protecting anonymity, I think, yes, of most importance. In the work we have done with the local partners, just to share now, they who are currently working with students who are in our Norfolk, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, have shared from their students they would want this program.
Okay.
So that's another follow-up that we can do to get some more detailed responses.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Holtz.
Put it on. How would our contract Virginia Beach teachers be involved in this?
We would look at it from a standpoint of a traditional docile allocation. It would come from the Department of School Leadership could allocate that teaching position. We are looking more of a virtual format based on what I shared earlier, that a large amount of our students would be on an online VBDC type of format to engage in the courses they have. We've talked about a school counselor being present. Bobby, I'm certain I'm missing a couple of other staff members. We don't envision this as needing a large amount of teachers face-to-face in the building, because we are envisioning, again, multiple courses that the kids would be involved in. I'm not an expert on HR contracts. Ms. Woodhouse would have to work that out when we get through the formal plan, but we would have some VBCPS staff, and also through our partnerships that would provide a lot of the counseling support as well, the mental health counseling.
So it's not just educational, the teachers would also be involved in counseling and recovering through addiction?
No, ma'am. We would have professionals that are trained in that involved, and that's the work that Mr. Jamison has been working on, and that's really the power of the program in many instances, is that level of support that is provided to those students and families.
Good, but Ms. Anderson asked the question, who's eligible? And I know why she asked that, because when we get to see kids on the discipline committee, they've already been caught in a situation, and to refer them to that program, it would be considered punitive. And part of the addiction is, I have a hard time seeing how kids especially, are going to volunteer themselves for a recovery program.
We don't anticipate that either. We would anticipate as students in a counseling session parent has taken them to a doctor with this challenge and saying what supports are in place. Our partnerships would know in Virginia Beach City Public Schools, they do have this opportunity for students. There'll be a screening that's done. We look at this as very much a partnership-based experience. We agree. We do not see students raising their hand and saying,
definitely.
but we do anticipate, much Ms. Felton, as you asked around distance learning, that we're going to have to market this program through, if moving forward, and if the board accepts that it's the program, then we're going to have to market it pretty effectively with our partners, with our school counselors. Mr. Jameson?
If I may add to that, we already have students who are withdrawing from Virginia Beach City Public Schools to go elsewhere for this level of support. So whether military connected or not, many times they'll end up in North Carolina. We'll have families in Ohio or Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, and they don't have the opportunity to come back to continue this level of support. So we do have some, and I do believe, especially for our military-connected families who are choosing to send their child to a different state, would be intrigued to have their child remain here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to keep dwelling on this, but I'm hearing from what I've heard now. To me, it seems that you're talking about students who would do all their classes at a facility considered a recovery school. Am I correct in hearing that?
That's correct.
Yes.
Again, they're receiving not only their classes, they're receiving the intensive therapeutic support as well.
Okay, and so they would be withdrawn from their home school that they're assigned to?
I will say there's a few things that we can still work out, not necessarily withdrawn, because we do want that connection to the home school. So it may
Right.
look very much like the concurrent scheduling model that we had this year with Virtual Virginia, as well as what we do with ATC and Tech Center.
Okay, so I'm also hearing from what you said, this is how I'm interpreting it, that you would be distinguishing because of the checklist that they would have to go through, distinguishing between truly addicted students from the occasional, I'm going to a party and I'm gonna smoke some weed but I don't do this on a regular basis type thing.
Correct.
I'm not saying that those students wouldn't need help and counseling. They do, obviously, in my opinion. But I just feel like there is a huge difference between smoking weed on a regular basis every single day and going out, once every 2 months and having a party. I think there's a difference.
Yes, ma'am.
And there were people that would argue that, that it's not as addictive, although I don't personally feel like it is, but it's just my personal opinion. I'm not a professional in judging that. So, but I just feel like we really need to distinguish the difference between somebody who's, hooked on medication. For example, they had surgery and then they get hooked on the medication that's related to that type of thing. To me, the recovery program seems to me would be really good for helping somebody who's got to struggle with this for the rest of their life.
That is correct. And I want to affirm your point. So in the technical assistance session that was conducted by Virginia Department of Public Health, that was put on by the Association for Recovery Schools just last week, that's what they shared. They said, the one thing I will tell you, if you're going to consider this was speaking to a group of individuals from across the country, some from the country, more so from Virginia. Your intake process has to be sound. So yes, all of that, he mentioned each of those pieces. That's where the different screening tools are extremely important. You may have a family who says, my child must be in this program, and then you find out they were at one party and had one thing, and then now all of a sudden their family believes this. That's not an appropriate placement here. So there is a discussion that has to happen. There is data that has to be gathered, and there's an informed decision has to be made.
Okay. I'm seeing a clear picture now.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Jameson, do you know how long this association has been in place, the Association of Recovery Schools?
You're going to challenge my memory. I was on their website. Here's the best I can tell you. I was told about an Association of Recovery Schools annual conference, and I had to pause and go, there's an association? Because it said it was the 18th annual. So, right, that was my response. I said, so there's been 18 years of us having recovery schools. It was one of those I just didn't know even existed. The best I can tell from reading their site was that roughly around 2002, the association was created, and they've had conferences starting 2 years after that, the inception.
So that takes care of the speaker queue, so I think we need to, again, wrap this up, speaking back to Ms. Owen's point. What you're seeking today is board consensus to proceed with. I think the questions do reveal the details that still need to be ultimately presented, and that would take place later this fall. Is that a fair assessment? Does everybody
That's correct.
need more clarification of that?
And if moving forward, we have an additional slide that'll outline some of those steps.
An additional slide for today, the next steps?
I believe so.
Yes, should we get to that now? Because we're just approaching 11:30 too. That would be a good wrap up, okay?
Would you like me to speak to those now?
Please,
Okay,
please.
so if you approve of the recommendation, the next steps would be to look at securing a program location. We would finalize and submit grant applications and seek funding for the General Assembly. We provide a progress update to the school board in August. I think it's already on the agenda. Here's the next steps. Here's what we found. We may have at that time, for example, a program location secured. It's a possibility. We would then finalize the purpose and description of the program following policy 6-24.2. Ms. Owens, to your question earlier, providing that to the board to seek approval in November. It'd be an informational item and then an action item where you would be able to do those pieces with the ultimate goal of opening a recovery school in August of 2023. In between those dates, we would have to answer a lot of the questions that you guys asked today. One significant one would be the marketing of students as well, to students and families to ensure that they would want to attend. That's no different in many cases than how we've done other academies and so forth during that time. Mr. Jameson would continue to work on the partnerships, et cetera, et cetera. So much work would need to be done if the board approved in November to move forward.
Is that enough clarity, Ms. Owens, for you? Okay. Okay. And for all of us. So now's the time to speak your, can we proceed with giving the
So I don't
consensus?
think we need a vote. I just think we
No,
need to
no,
know if there's any
but
objection.
again, because now's the time, barring any objection, and I'm not hearing any, that staff will proceed with these next steps to come back with a plan and an ultimate school board vote.
I have one more question. I'm sorry. When you're talking about securing a location, are you thinking about securing a location within one of our schools, existing schools, or a separate location?
Be a separate location. When reviewing recovery schools, you can't have it in the same school building with other students. They need to have their own location.
Thank you.
Okay, we thank you.
Thank you so much.
So do we have, Madam Clerk, do you have information to share on lunch? or Mr. Superintendent?
I believe the lunch is set up in the room behind me.
So then we will adjourn this morning's session, and we will resume the retreat back here at 12:30, when we will have our educational equity update.
And just another mention that room 14 is also set up to eat in.
We're resuming day one of our summer retreat, and we are beginning with our educational equity update, and I'm happy to welcome Dr. Lindsay Law to the podium.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Melnick,
members of the school board, Dr. Spence, and the viewing public. I am Sabrina Lindsay Law, Coordinator for Equity and Opportunity in the Office for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Today, I'm here to provide an update on the division's work related to advancing educational equity and the development of the division's equity plan. In this update, I will share our advancing educational equity journey and our next steps on this work. An important part of our time together is gathering feedback from you to further inform the work. Each of you should have a reflection form that looks like the picture on this slide. Throughout the course of the presentation, be thinking about and recording your thoughts in response to the following prompts. Something you learned that squares with your thinking, questions still circling in your mind, 3 points that stood out to you, and 1 new direction you would like to see leadership go in or action to take. I will begin gathering these sheets after the conclusion of this presentation. In September 2020, the school board adopted Educational Equity Policy 5-4 that calls us to develop and foster an inclusive learning environment for every member of our educational community so that everyone can experience a rigorous and respectful learning environment where individuality and inclusivity is valued, affirmed, and heard. Ultimately, the goal is achieving positive academic and social outcomes. The Educational Equity Policy lays the foundation for advancing educational equity. It includes reflective components that indicate what we believe and are committed to as we advance educational equity. These sections anchor the work and help to strengthen alignment. These are the components that are essential to the work in progress for strategic planning, strategic activation, strategic execution, capacity building, and accountability. On this slide, you will find our timeline for accomplishing key tasks to support the development of our educational equity plan. On Tuesday, November the 23rd, 2021, Quality Measures LLC presented our educational equity assessment and recommendations. Based on the educational equity assessment and other factors, we knew we needed to gain additional input from our VPCPS community. Therefore, we conducted stakeholder feedback sessions, hosted an educational equity feedback forum online, and deployed a stakeholder survey. Additionally, we convened a VBCPS Administrative Educational Equity Planning Committee that met 5 times between February 23rd and June 22nd. As a reminder, the Administrative Educational Equity Planning Committee included 40 members, 5 building administrators, 3 teachers, 1 VBEA representative, 2 school board members, 9 central office administrators, 7 community members to include the Virginia Beach Police Department, 2 higher educational representatives, 6 students, and 5 parent representatives. We would like to extend a special thank you to Ms. Jessica Owens and Mrs. Carolyn Weems for serving on our Administrative Educational Equity Planning Committee. Later in our time together, I will share next steps following the receipt of your feedback, but now I want to share with you the work of the committee. At the first meeting of the committee, members communicated personal introductions, understood their charge as it relates to educational equity, and participated in a protocol, surfacing hopes and fears. This protocol allowed the planning committee members to reflect on their individual experiences and perspectives. This protocol really gets at the concept of leading with hope and finding ways to mitigate factors that cause fear. From this shared experience, here are some of the collective themes that emerged when community members shared their hopes as they relate to developing the division's equity plan. As you can see, there are references to accountability, inclusivity, and improved outcomes for students. The themes that emerged when looking at the fears included lack of buy-in, overlooking some student groups, the impact of politics, misconceptions about equity, concerns about how history will be represented, and inadequately addressing feelings of belonging and respect. Based on the hopes and fears that emerged from the committee, we drafted a checklist to use as we finalize the division's equity plan. I will give you just a few moments to review it. Each meeting of the committee was built upon the previous meeting. In meeting 2, committee members reviewed findings from the stakeholder feedback sessions and online forums, and they were asked to identify potential strategies for addressing the emerging focus areas for inclusion on a survey for students, staff members, and families. To keep the work grounded in Compass to 2025, we asked committee members to identify their top 3 choices of gold areas to work within for the remainder of the meetings. On the next several slides, I would like to share results from the equity survey that was administered following the second meeting of the committee in March. The Educational Equity Survey administration was from March 29th to April 19th. There were 13,614 respondents who participated in this survey administration. You will see the breakdown by stakeholder groups. Our largest stakeholder group were students, and we had more than 9,200 responses. The second largest group was parents, with more than 2,800 responses. Here is the race, ethnicity, and gender information for the survey respondents. As you can see, we had a great deal of diversity among respondents. The survey itself was developed based on results from the equity assessment, the input received as part of the stakeholder feedback sessions, Compass to 2025, and committee input, as mentioned previously. Respondents first rated each of the 7 potential focus areas for the equity plan with respect to how much of a priority it was from their perspective. The response options available to respondents are listed on the slide. Respondents then rated strategies aligned to each of the 7 focus areas with respect to how important they were for addressing the focus area. If someone did not agree with any focused area or strategy, they could indicate the focus area or strategies were not a priority or were not important to address. Results excluded unable to determine due to lack of knowledge or information. This slide lists the 7 focus areas that survey respondents were asked to rate. And as you can see, each focus area was endorsed as essential or high priority by a majority of each respondent groups. Among teachers, administrators, other employees, and parents, the 3 focus areas with the highest ratings were increasing access to and success in rigorous learning opportunities, creating an environment where students feel safe, welcomed, and included, and ensuring equitable allocation of resources across schools and students. For students, the 3 highest rated areas were creating an environment where students feel safe, welcome, and included, ensuring equitable allocation of resources across schools and students, and ensuring diverse cultures and perspectives are represented in the curriculum. And if you would take a moment to look at this slide. At the third meeting of the committee, we formed 6 smaller working groups that were organized based on the focus areas in the equity survey, which were aligned to one of the 6 goals encompassed to 2025. Each of these groups defined what success would look like for their focus area. Their definitions of success were gathered and later used to develop a survey for the committee of potential data elements to include in our equity data dashboard. The work group also reviewed the educational equity survey data specific to their focus area and began work to identify high leverage strategies for addressing the areas. At the last 2 meetings of the committee, the work group continued their work in identifying high leverage strategies and drafting potential action steps to support the strategies. On the following slides, I will be sharing the high leverage strategies identified by various work groups, along with sample action steps identified to accomplish the strategy. Throughout these slides, I will pause to give you time to reflect and record responses on the graphic organizer I introduced at the beginning of the presentation. The first equity focus area, ensuring diverse cultures and perspectives are positively represented in the curriculum, was aligned to Goal 1 of Compass to 2025, Educational Excellence. I've highlighted on the slide the 2 strategies that the work group identified to address this focus area: incorporating multicultural resources and materials into the curriculum at all levels, and developing and embedding protocols into the curriculum that helps facilitate effective classroom discussions from multiple perspectives. When identifying action steps to support a strategy, work groups were asked to think of 3 points in time: now, next, later, or this next school year, the following school year, and this school year after that. The examples I've listed are some of the now action steps identified by the work group. The second work group focused on Goal 2. They had 2 equity focus areas that they worked to address: creating an environment where all students feel safe, welcome, and included in their school, and addressing student discipline disparities. This group identified 3 strategies. 2 of them are highlighted on this slide and include implementing the prevention and intervention strategies and alternatives to suspension, and increasing the number and diversity of mentorship opportunities. I will give you just a moment to review the now action steps associated with each of these strategies. The third strategy identified by this group is to amplify student voice to ensure a sense of belonging across diverse student groups. Again, I will pause so that you can review the sample suggested action steps for this strategy. The work group focused on Goal 3 of Compass to 2025, Student Ownership of Learning, had as its equity focus area increasing access to and success in rigorous learning opportunities for all students. The strategy identified by this group focused on increasing awareness around entry points and support for student interests in enrolling in advanced coursework and programs. The fourth work group addressed the equity focus area aligned with Goal 4 of Compass to 2025, which involves recruiting, retaining, and promoting a workforce representative of the diverse student population. The strategy identified by this group include increasing employee retention by fostering a positive working environment and continuing to strengthen the recruitment and selection process. The suggested now action steps are listed on this slide. The fifth work group focused on Goal 5 of Compass to 2025, mutually supportive partnerships, with the equity focus area of increasing opportunities for stakeholders to be informed and involved. The strategy identified by this work group are highlighted on the slide and include creating an accessible partnership database, as well as an accessible database of translators. The sixth and final work group was aligned with Goal 6 of Compass to 2025, organizational effectiveness and efficiency. Their focus area was ensuring equitable allocation of resources across schools and students. The strategies identified by the work group are highlighted on this slide and include developing and publishing an equity data dashboard and collaborating with community partners, businesses, or organizations to help fund, support equitable opportunities to level the playing field. Some of the suggested now action steps for these two strategies are listed on the slide. Before I discuss next steps for finalizing the division's equity plan, I want to take a moment to recognize the contributions of the committee, which include developing an equity plan checklist, informing the development of the equity community survey, providing feedback into the metrics for an equity data dashboard, and identifying high leverage strategies and draft action steps. On the slide, on this timeline on the slide, you can see the following things that we plan to do. Today's retreat, where we have started the committee's work to date and are soliciting your feedback. That feedback will then be shared back with the Administrative Educational Equity Committee, and then we will convene teams led by the central office staff to further refine the strategies and action steps. All the committee members have been invited to continue their participation in this work. We will use the equity plan checklist introduced earlier in the presentation to ensure we are hitting our target. Committee members who do not choose to participate in the ongoing work in August will still be given an opportunity to provide feedback on the plan prior to sharing the plan with the school board on September the 27th. At this time, I would like to ask that you take a few more minutes to write down your feedback on the reflection form. I would like to end on this thought. Mia Hammond reminds us to celebrate what you've accomplished, but raise the bar a little higher each time you succeed. We appreciate the support of school board members, senior leadership, central office, and all stakeholders who have contributed to the development of the plan through multiple data sources. Special thanks to our VBCPS, Administrative Educational Equity Planning Committee, for your dedication and investment in advancing educational equity. This work is making us individually and collectively more well-rounded and included in our Virginia Beach City Public Schools community. We celebrate what we accomplished to date, and we will continue to raise the bar. At this time, I welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, Mrs. Manning.
Hi, thank you. So on your slide number 20, talking about rigorous learning opportunities, and I completely support that. I guess, and I noticed that you didn't mention AP in here. And I know that there has been in the past a move to kind of push more kids into AP classes. And my view on that is AP classes are great for those kids who are ready for them, but not all kids. I mean, rigorous learning for, one kid might be an AP class, for another kid it might be an honors class. It could be different. Are you since I don't see AP mentioned in here, is that kind of your thought process, that we want to have rigorous learning individualized for each kid, not necessarily pushing those upper level courses, but pushing courses that students are ready for?
So as a committee, that is the perspective that we are personalizing opportunities for each student, ensuring that they are future ready, that they're able to pursue college interests, vocation interests, and employment interests. And so with that being said, AP is one of the ways that that can be done. But there are other ways that students can be supported based on the student driving their learning.
Yeah, great. I like that, because I've just seen AP scores lately that seem to indicate to me that we have a lot of students taking those courses who aren't necessarily ready for them, because the stats that I recently saw showed that a high percentage of the students are not receiving college credit on their AP exams for those that are taking it. So that's a concern of mine.
And in our committee meetings, we talked a lot about ensuring that students were provided what they needed to be successful. So that was
Great.
brought on ongoing times.
Great, thank you so much. And then just one other question on slide number 18, training to support the implementation of restorative practices. Can you define, restorative practices can have many different meanings to different people, and some of those can be very negative. What is your definition of restorative practices?
As a committee, we still need to build that out, and so this is part of the draft perspectives. And so what we're doing is we're making sure that we build it in stages to be able to support the committee members as well as others to understand what we mean as a division as it relates to restorative practice. So we're still working on that language, but we definitely will use the resources and documents that the division currently has already as it relates to restorative practice.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may pick up on that, but I think Dr. Spence is, go ahead.
It probably would also be helpful to understand what the negative perceptions are of restorative practices with some more clarity, so that we can make sure the committee's aware of that and
Sure.
have that conversation.
Sure, I can elaborate on that. So, for example, I've spoken with a parent who lost his child in the Parkland shooting. And you'll find many articles on that topic where restorative practices were used in that division. And some parents feel that that contributed to the environment that led to the shooting in Parkland. So that's where my negative impression has come from on restorative practices.
Were there specific practices in which they were engaged which led to the Parkland shooting that we could point to as an empirical thing that we could talk to the
Sure, I
committee
can get
about?
that information for you, absolutely.
That'd be great, thank you.
Mhm.
And I was just going to bring up the previous workshop we had on restorative practices, and the police chief was among them, to assume that your committee is in sync with that.
Yes.
I mean, that this isn't an isolated thing just that your committee is doing, but that you will refer back to that to somehow integrate.
Yes, and they actually serve directly on that work group that we had, the Virginia Beach Police Department, and they know strongly about that work that the city is doing because they are the ones that are leading that work, so they're helping to contribute to us having that information.
Maybe, or if it's an administrative request, that we can remind the board members to refer back to that workshop. It was sometime, I think, earlier this calendar year, to brief, or anybody who may have been absent from that meeting, or to refresh our memories on that. If we could ask one of you to shoot, or even our Madam Clerk to refresh our memories on the date of that, might be a good time to rebrief ourselves on that.
Okay.
I'm looking at the queue here. Okay, Ms. Owens.
Okay, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to, I don't really have a specific question, but I just wanted to, kind of praise the work of this committee and really tell the board about the broad participation that we've had with our students and our community partners. It kind of triggered it for me when we were talking about the mention of restorative practice, that group did have VBPD present and participating think actually that might have been Detective Loki. Well, he's not detective anymore. It's Loki, but he is, I don't know what his new title is. I knew him as detective. Really, the participation of the students in this group has been such an integral part to me, to be able to hear their voices and their input. Bobby Jameson talked about how it drove the mental health task force, and I feel like it had a similar impact on this group. Want to just bring the board's attention to the students' goal 2, student well-being, and some of the action steps and strategies there, making sure that we are amplifying the student voice and not just making decisions about what's best for students without student input. When we're talking about high school students, some of them are adults, some of them are about to be adults, and we have to have their input as we're making decisions about them, for it to be something that's going to impact them. We need their voice and their experience in that, and so I'm hoping that we can start looking at some of these action steps and discussing them, fleshing them out, and seeing how we can start making some progress in those things.
Okay, Mrs. Weems?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lindsay Law. It's been an education to be on this group. I mean, the way you put those Post-its up there and you have everybody in different groups, it's so much stuff that you've covered here. But I really like, just from what we've been talking about, even today, how, this committee overlaps with, mentorships, opportunities between general education and special education, student readiness, advanced coursework, stuff that we've already talked about this morning, and about how this just is embedded, through everything, and it's neat to see how everything's starting to come together and overlap and all that stuff. So it's kind of amazing how it all worked that way. But good job. My little group struggled, and I've got some questions for you that I want to meet with you. I don't want to take the whole time, but struggled with a couple of the things. I think it was goal 6 about the PTA, the involvement, the resources. We spent so much time talking about that and trying to figure out how that looks and how it's going to work and all that stuff. So it's quite interesting, but we didn't come up with any solutions, obviously. So I look forward to future dialogue on that. But it was very, very interesting and a lot going on in those meetings. And you did a great job facilitating that.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Okay. Mrs. Franklin?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lindsay Law. I appreciate all of your input. And I wanted to just kind of piggybacking on what Ms. Weems said, and maybe Ms. Wright would also agree with this. One of the struggles when I was working with PTSA is getting parent involvement. That's always a struggle. And of course, we know that parent involvement only is a good thing because it trickles down to the kids, and the more parents are involved and understand what's happening in the schools, that only can benefit the child. So I'm just curious if we can maybe collaborate a little bit with, who was it that spoke this morning? With the Mental Health Task Force, doing that, and it sounds like both school board members are actually part of that group as well. So working collaboratively with them in working on ways that you can create resources, interest through maybe mental health and resources, and doing those type of things through the PTSAs to encourage them that it's not just about committees, that do things for teachers and teacher appreciation and stuff like that, but also that more PTSAs can start being a part of our goals as well, and provide interest resources for, collaborating, providing input through PTSA to the boards, to the board, us, and working with parents to help drive, not interest only in PTSAs, but solutions for some of these common concerns and questions that we have. So I don't know if we can start pushing that down through the PTSA to start trying to build more collaboration.
We have been in conversation with PTA and PTSAs personally, on a side note, I'm a PTA president at one of
Oh.
our middle schools. So we've continued to build those types of interactions and communications and finding out what topics and supports we can provide. And so that's an ongoing process, especially post-pandemic, and ensuring that we meet those needs. So we definitely will continue that.
Yeah, and one of the things, because I know that the PTSA's definitely suffered during the pandemic, and as a former, I know Ms. Fry was also, but as a former PTSA president, you're just struggling to even have enough parents to fill the committees. So, you know, I'm just thinking of really outside thinking of ways to start building interest with parents and not just being a part of this committee or being a part of this committee, but actually talking about some of the real issues that families are facing. Maybe that'll draw interest, so.
Right, that visible collaboration.
Yes,
Definitely will
exactly. If
continue
they
on.
feel like they're collaborating, maybe it's not just, oh, I need to donate this, or, you know, I think they look at PTSA in a different way.
Thank you, Mrs. Franklin. Always happy to, when PTA comes up as a subject. And I certainly did all the above. Okay, Mrs. Melnick.
One of my selections was increasing the awareness for students, but I also put parents because, and I think specifically, and I know we've made great strides, but with the gifted program or applying for old donation, that not all parents truly understand or maybe feel not having a full understanding of the whole application process itself, because, you know, there are some parents that are over the top, you know, that will submit like a resume type thing, and parents feel, you know, a little intimidated by that process, and not knowing enough about the program itself. I think we've made some strides in that also, yeah. But, so that, coupled with any other program, just that parents really have an understanding of what it is and.
We did.
Yeah, I know we did, but there's still that gap and in the community that there's just not that full understanding.
And
It's
as-
not the process of getting in, it's the process, it's the application process. Thank you.
We'll continue to keep that on.
So I had noted here, the response rate, which Ms. Owens mentioned. I had noted the alignment with Compass and other task forces, which Mrs. Weems mentioned. And in terms of what squares with my thinking, just at its most granular level, this is about a welcoming, inclusive environment, one where a sense of belonging. And because of that, and because of what I see here, and it doesn't mean there aren't some legitimate questions, but there's nothing here that should make any group feel threatened, and I don't think that can be emphasized enough. I mean, because again, it isn't just its own thing. It's embedded in in our core values and everything we do at the JET end level, what our values are for our special education students. It's one more layer in what is Virginia Beach City Public Schools, so.
Thank you.
Mrs. Anderson.
So, on the employee input process that we're going to be talking about tomorrow, on goal number 4, increasing employee retention by fostering a positive working environment, I think continuing to strengthen the recruitment process is good, but also we need to continue to find ways to keep our teachers here, the ones that we have. And part of that is giving them a voice, which I think that that is part of what we're hoping to do with our employee. Well, we're working on that, so that's something that we're going to talk about more tomorrow, I'm sure. But also I want to talk a little bit about recruiting teachers. And it was just brought to my attention recently that our recruiting process possibly might need to be streamlined a little bit, because some of the teachers that we are hoping to get end up signing with other neighboring cities before they even finish our process. Our process is a little bit longer, I think, and partly it's because I think we're trying to recruit the best. I get that. But we also don't want to turn off these kids that are coming out of college that we want. We want to be recruiting them, and we don't want to make the barrier so long and so strenuous that they quickly sign with somebody else before they even give us a chance. And one of the things that I heard was that one of the college kids indicated that in their interview, there were like 3 or 4 people who were interviewing them at the time. Whereas they went to Chesapeake and they just had an interview with one person. I think they felt a little intimidated by that process. And I'm not saying that that's bad, but at the same time, we're competing with neighboring cities, and we need to understand that we don't want to intimidate these kids coming out of college. We want them. We want to recruit, and we want to get them. So we need to be able to think about our recruiting process. How can we streamline that a little bit so that we don't lose out on somebody who maybe has an interview in Chesapeake or Norfolk, and they're quickly scooped up before we even have a chance to finish, okay? So.
Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson. Your reflections are absolutely correct. With my appointment to HR last year, one of the tasks that was assigned to me was to streamline our HR processes. And I am happy to say that we've been working with DOT and a few other folks to begin with our actual application. For those of you who've recently filled out an application, it's quite a challenge in terms of everything that we require up front. Now, in looking back and reflecting over those practices, we realized that each department who is hiring individuals wanted a little different piece of information. But when you put it all together, it just became almost like a mortgage application. The last time I filled it out, I remember saying to myself, my God, thank goodness I'm already employed with Virginia Beach. And so I'm excited to let you know that we have moved forward with that. We actually have some what we call service desk tickets in place now to streamline the application, and should have that completed here shortly. The other piece that you mentioned, and I think what you probably are referencing, was for the first time this year, Virginia Beach, we actually held an interview fair. In the past, if you'll recall, we always went out to a school, we hosted recruitment opportunities, you'd show up, you'd share your resume, and then you would walk away basically not knowing anything. And so this year we had the opportunity to bring on the actual interview fairs. And what we did was we incorporated every building administrator, principals primarily, to assist us with the interviewing process. That allowed us to see a much larger group of individuals. Most of the rooms had at least 2 principals, and I say rooms because we did it virtually, so we used Zoom. So we had at least 2 principals and most likely an HR or another administrative representative. So we recognize that that might be intimidating, but also when those individuals interview at a school setting, they are going to interview with a team of folks. It's going to be the principal, administrator, most likely the lead teacher, and all. So part of that is just their comfort, and we do our best to make them as comfortable as possible. But we agree, we recognize that we have to streamline our processes because folks are not going to wait around for us to have a response. And so we continue to take that feedback and implement additional practices. But I wanted you to be aware of at least those 2, since those were 2 you called out specifically. You're welcome, anytime.
Dr. Spence?
So one of the purposes of this presentation obviously was to gather, as you saw in the timeline, to gather your feedback, to take back to the committee for further discussion and thinking as we begin to draft and finalize an equity plan. So we've captured a few of your thoughts. We've certainly heard that we need to take a look at being clear about what we mean by access to rigorous learning and coursework. We need to take a look at restorative practice and make sure that the empirical evidence is there to suggest that it's working, or if there's something that's harmful, that we're attentive to that. We heard about the need to collaborate with parents, and particularly looking at PTSAs and how we might collaborate with them to provide solutions to some of the concerns that have been identified. We heard about the application processes. So I was trying to capture as I was hearing from you so that we can share back, and I know Dr. Lindsay Law has been doing the same. If I could ask, if just to give you all about 10 minutes, more time because it's a lot to digest, to just kind of individually sit and think and make sure we capture any additional feedback that needs to go back to the committee. Obviously, it's not a dormant issue after today. I mean, if you're continuing to think and reflect after today, but to get a helpful start, if we could give you about 10 more minutes to look at that document and reflect, and then maybe at 1:35-ish come back and then just spend a few more minutes capturing anything else that we need to be sure we're getting back to the committee. That would be very helpful for us if the board is okay with that approach. So I don't see
Okay.
any objection, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, 10 more minutes of reflection and then sharing is what I heard.
If you please.
Yes.
We would very much appreciate that. Thank you.
And certainly if you want to pair up with anybody, if you feel that would be of benefit, or just individually, it's up to you all.
Board members, we appreciate you taking some time to talk amongst yourselves and think more about these issues. And at this time, we just ask, before we get to our either a break or our 2 o'clock next item on the agenda, anything else, give you a little more time to digest what you had in front of you. Anything else we need to take back to the committee?
Well, I'll go ahead and start. So had some sidebar discussions on, so the matter of a student representative to the school board has surfaced, I guess, at least once a year for the past 3 years. And up to this point, what has been done in the meantime is that the Superintendent Advisory Board has expanded to cover at least a minimum of 1 representative from every single high school, including some of our specialty schools, and in some cases 2. Having said that, there's nothing that says we can't do both. So I think it's prudent at this point to that we as a board explore, with emphasis on explore, adding a student representative to the school board. And my thought is that following the retreat, I'll be reaching out and probably choosing 2 school board members who would do some research for us, including outreach to VSBA. We know because they conduct sessions that they have information available for us, and to come back on what such a, if in fact we would consider such a proposal, what it would look like, what would be both the limitations and the role of that student representative, how he or she would be selected, by whom, a lot of those details to sort out. So if you could, in your feedback to your committee, let them know that the school board will be exploring that.
Thank you for that point. Any additional
Okay,
points?
Ms. Owens.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that it has come up probably once every year for the past 3 years, because I know I've brought it up every year since I've been on the board. And so I'd be happy to volunteer to help bring back some information about how our other local sister cities are using their student representatives, and help bring some further exploration information back to the board, along with whoever else may. And Ms. Franklin is raising her hand. She'd also love to do that with me. We've had students reach out to us, and I think.
I'll take that both under advisement.
Perfect.
Ladies.
That's really all I was going to add. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, ladies, with your further deliberation or reflection, is there anything else to share with Dr. Jude Law to send back to her committee? Lindsay Law, excuse me.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll have a little bit of an abbreviated break here, but we do reconvene, so please do, we will start promptly at 2:15. We're doing our due diligence to keep aligned with our agenda as it is set forth, and at 2:15, with that will be our tri-campus presentation and discussion. Back again in retreat session, Carolyn Rice, School Board Chair. And we have next on the agenda a presentation and discussion on Tri-Campus, beginning with Dr. Heidi Janicki, our Director of Research and Evaluation.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chair Melnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. This afternoon, Ms. Ingram, Executive Director of Facilities Services, and I will share an overview of the Tri-Campus that includes Diamond Springs, Newtown, and Betty F. Williams Elementary Schools. I will begin by sharing a brief history of the decision to create the Tri-Campus and a review of historical academic performance data at the 3 Tri-Campus sites. Ms. Ingram will then share information related to attendance zone and plans for a replacement school. Historical documentation about Newtown Road and Betty F. Williams Elementary Schools was reviewed to summarize the history of the Tri-Campus approach. Due to overcrowding at Newtown Road and Betty F. Williams Elementary Schools, the school board approved an elementary school to be built on the Williams Farm property. A task force was formed in January 2004 to formulate plans for the new elementary school. Part of that planning included developing new educational opportunities for students in the Newtown Road, Williams Farm area that could enhance and increase student achievement in the community. The task force considered 2 options: building the new elementary school as a separate K-5 site with no changes to the structure of the other elementary schools, or redesign the 3 elementary schools as they are today, with kindergarten and 1, grade 1, grades 2 and 3, and grades 4 and 5, each at the separate sites. This was referred to as the community campus approach. When considering the options, the task force focused on the desired outcomes listed on the slide. The task force felt the community campus approach would allow for the opportunity to achieve these desired outcomes with a concentration of specialized resources at each site and more intense age-specific efforts to serve students. Therefore, it was the recommendation of the task force to pursue restructuring the elementary schools into the Tri-Campus. Parents of students at Williams and Newtown Road Elementary Schools were surveyed to gather feedback. 80% of parents responded, and 2/3 of those parents indicated they preferred the community campus approach over 3 separate elementary schools. In 2007-2008, Diamond Springs opened, and grade levels were split across the 3 schools. As we gathered and reviewed historical data related to the Tri-Campus, we took several approaches. First, we wanted to review data over time wherever possible. Next, we identified one comparable school that has had similar student demographics over the years, and we examined that school's data for context when interpreting data for the Tri-Campus schools. We also reviewed division data for a reference point and to examine whether trends at the tri-campus schools mirrored the trends at the division level. With looking back to years prior to the creation of the tri-campus, there were multiple challenges encountered in interpreting the data, and these are noted on the slide. These factors impacted decisions about what data to examine or our considerations when interpreting the results. While we looked at several non-academic data sources, such as climate survey results, discipline data, and attendance data, the existing historical data is at the school level rather than by grade level, so we could not adequately compare results for only specific grade levels before and after the change in the school configuration model. Historical academic data available by grade level was examined before and after the tri-campus approach and will be shown on the next few slides. 15 years of SOL passing rates for grade 3 reading and math are shown on the slide, before and after the tri-campus configuration. The orange line shows the comparable school, the yellow line shows Newtown, the green line shows Williams, and the blue line shows the division data for reference. 2020-21 SOL passing rates are included in the chart, but in general, there were lower participation rates due to the COVID-19 pandemic, so those data points should be interpreted cautiously. The vertical blue line represents when the tri-campus opened, and the dotted lines represent changes in state standards. For grade 3 reading, prior to the tri-campus, Williams third graders, the green line, had a notably lower passing rate than the division and also lower than the comparable school. But in 2006-2007, Newtown's third graders had a reading passing rate slightly above the division and also the comparable school. After the tri-campus approach, when all the third graders were at Newtown, the yellow line, passing rates in grade 3 reading tracked with the division's passing rates relatively closely until 2013-14 and again in 2017-18, and in many years were above the comparable school. After 2016-17, the decline in grade 3 reading passing rates at Newtown was greater than at the division, and the gap in passing rates increased. For grade 3 math, prior to the tri-campus, Williams third graders, the green line, had lower passing rates than the division and also lower than the comparable school and Newtown's. After the tri-campus approach, when all the third graders were at Newtown, the yellow line, passing rates in grade 3 math tracked more closely with the division's passing rates until 2016-17, when the gaps in passing rates with the division increased. Also from 2011-2012 through 2015-16, Newtown's math passing rates were higher than the comparable school's math passing rates. Looking at this data from around the time that tri-campus was implemented, it does not appear to show that the configuration negatively impacted grade 3 achievement as measured by the SOLs, and possibly could have helped if the green line from Williams had persisted on its trajectory. But in more recent years, after 2016-17, there appear to be widening gaps which may or may not be related to the tri-campus configuration. Given the pattern of results for 9 years prior to this widening of gaps, there could be other explanations for this more recent pattern of results. For grade 4 reading prior to the tri-campus, there were mixed results. Williams showed a consistent gap with the division and comparable school, but Newtown fourth graders performed similar to or above the division and comparable school in 2006-2007. After all fourth graders moved to Williams in 2007-2008, gaps with the division and comparable school closed somewhat. For the most part, with the exception of 2010-11, Williams followed a similar trend as the division, although gaps with the division persisted and widened beginning in 2017-18 and were largest in 2021. For grade 4 math, there were again mixed results prior to the tri-campus. Williams' gap with the division and comparable school were relatively large, especially in 2006-2007 prior to the tri-campus, while Newtown's fourth graders performed more similarly to the division and comparable school. After the tri-campus, Williams' gap with the division closed to a large extent the first year of the configuration, and Williams followed the trend of the division after tri-campus implementation fairly closely. But gaps started widening in 2015-16 and were largest in 2020-21. Looking at this data from grade 4 from around the time that Tri-Campus was implemented, it does not appear to show that the configuration negatively impacted grade 4 achievement as measured by the SOLs, and possibly could have helped Williams demonstrate performance levels that were more similar to the division and the comparable school initially, although gaps with the division remained. For grade 5 reading, Newtown and Williams had similar gaps with the division and comparable school the year prior to the Tri-Campus, and that gap had widened in 2006-2007. The gaps closed noticeably after the Tri-Campus, and while Williams followed similar trends as the division, some gaps persisted. Gaps in reading performance widened in 2015-16 and 2020-21. For grade 5 math, Williams' gap with the division widened the first year of the Tri-Campus in 2007-2008, and then showed some improvement the next 2 years. The gap with the division and comparable school widened again after the standards changed in 2011-2012. Then Williams' passing rate improved and followed the trend of the division, but gaps widened and were larger again in 2020-21. Looking at this data from around the time that Tri-Campus was implemented, it does not appear to show that the configuration negatively impacted grade 5 reading performance, although the results for math are more mixed, with larger gaps with the division and comparable school. The next few slides show reading performance data from our Compass to 2020 navigational markers in 2015-16 through 2018-19. The measure was the percentage of students reading on grade level by the end of the year. Results for kindergarten were based on the Developmental Reading Assessment, or DRA. Diamond Springs showed a pattern of consistently outperforming the division, with only one exception for all students in 2018-19. The differences were most pronounced for students with disabilities in 2015-16 through 2017-18. Although the comparable schools results are not shown on the slide, in 2015-16 through 2017-18, Diamond Springs also outperformed that comparable school for all groups with sufficient numbers of students, which did not include students with disabilities. Results for first grade were also based on the DRA. Diamond Springs also showed a pattern of consistently outperforming the division for the percentage of first grade students who were meeting reading benchmarks at the end of the year for all students in various student groups shown on the slide. Although not shown on the slide each year, Diamond Springs also outperformed the comparable school for all groups with sufficient numbers for comparisons. And in earlier years, 2015-16 and 2016-17, the percentages of Diamond Springs first graders meeting the benchmark were 20 to 30 percentage points higher than at the comparable school. Results for second grade were also based on the DRA, and these results are for Newtown. The pattern of second graders changed, where in most cases the percentage of second graders meeting reading benchmarks at the end of the year did not exceed the division, and in some cases were notably lower. In grade 2, Newtown did not consistently outperform the comparable school. This pattern persisted for third graders based on the reading inventory. In most cases, the percentage of third graders at Newtown meeting reading benchmarks at the end of the year was lower than the division. In grade 3, Newtown also did not consistently outperform the comparable school. In summary, around the time of the creation of the Tri-Campus, SOL passing rates did not suggest there was a negative impact of the configuration on achievement. There was some data to suggest that there were more positive trends on the grade 3 SOL tests in terms of gaps with the division's performance after the Tri-Campus was created compared to grades 4 and 5 where gaps persisted. These results can be viewed within the historical context where other factors also impacted the recommendation for the Tri-Campus approach, such as concentration of specialized resources and parent preference. In more recent years, there have been increasing gaps in SOL passing rates relative to the division. Lastly, early literacy data showed a pattern of results where Diamond Springs kindergarten and grade 1 students consistently outperformed the division and the comparable school overall and for multiple student groups. At this time, Ms. Ingram will come and continue the overview of the Tri-Campus.
Thank you, Dr. Janicki. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So we went back a little bit further when looking at attendance zone than the data showed, just to kind of show you a little bit of the changing attendance zones over at the Tri-Campus area. You can see in school year 01-02, Diamond Springs was not yet built, so we had Newtown Road Elementary School and Williams Elementary School grades K through 5. Probably not surprising to some of you, our highest enrollment was in 1997, 1998, and then the division started to decline a little bit. But you can see in this area, we were largely over capacity. Newtown Elementary School was 59.7% over capacity, and Williams Elementary School was 29.7% over capacity. So what we did that following year in 02-03, with the help of the Building Utilization Committee, a rezoning was implemented to relieve this overcrowding. That also impacted Luxford attendance zone, which you can see in the blue there, which was 17.4% under capacity. So when those were realigned, you can look up to 06-07. We were aligned fairly better than we were in 01-02 with Newtown, again, grades K through 5, at almost an acceptable utilization rate of 10.2%. We like to be either plus or minus 10% of capacity with our enrollment. And then Williams Elementary School was 18.3%. So the following year, Diamond Springs Elementary School was constructed. Newtown Elementary School was also replaced. And a rezoning was implemented to create a unified zone of 3 schools with this new Diamond Springs Elementary School. And as Dr. Janicki mentioned, there was quite a bit of involvement with some committee work there. You can see where we are now with the Tri-Campus model. If you look at all grades K through 5, our first line in school year 21-22, we have roughly 1,249 students. With ECSE and pre-K VPI, there is 1,379 students in the school for a total capacity of 1,514 students. So we're under capacity by 8.9%. Looking at each school, Diamond Springs Elementary School, K through 1, we have ECSE and pre-K VPI there, 9 students for ECSE, 90 students for pre-K VPI, for a total enrollment of 524 students, and are 3.3% under capacity. Newtown Elementary School, grades 2 and 3, 420 second and third graders, with 1 level of ECSE students for 425 students. Compared to their capacity is 4.5% under capacity. And Williams Elementary School, which is a subject of our conversation today with the replacement project, 404 students with both ECSE services and a class of pre-K VPI for a total of 430 students and roughly 18.4% under capacity. So again, as we've been looking at the data, Diamond Springs Elementary School, Newtown Elementary School, and Williams Elementary School comprise these zones. You can see where they are roughly in this learning circle area here, as many of you are aware. Bayside Middle School is in close proximity, as is Bayside High School. And just right off the map here is Bayside 6th grade campus, just for your awareness. And again, in this green outline, this white area is the Tri-Campus Elementary School zone. So again, looking at the data for school year 21-22, we have 3 schools again at 8.9% under capacity, considering our preschool pre-K in our enrollment. In terms of year built, you can see that Williams Elementary School is roughly 45 years older than our other 2 counterparts in the Tri-Campus zone, which is one of the reasons the replacement project is in the CIP planning. But you can also see, we use this in the long-range facility master plan. We have a facility condition index, so basically looks at all the building systems of the building, from HVAC to lighting to flooring, what have you. As you approach hole number 1, that means the life has been exceeded for that facility. You can see we're at a great number for both Diamond Springs and Newtown Elementary. However, Williams Elementary School is largely approaching that life exceeded number at 0.724. Again, looking at this data, another important point is our K-3 ratio. And this is important for all our schools in the division, but particularly Tri-Campus because our K-3 ratio is so low. We have many schools of the division, their K-3 ratio is the same as a 4-5 ratio, which is what is used at Williams Elementary School, which is 25-to-1 students. You can see Diamond Springs Elementary School is 17-to-1 students this last year, and Newtown is 18-to-1. So their class sizes are a little bit less. So that's something just to keep in mind as you are thinking about the data that Dr. Janicki just shared with us. Okay, so again, I've been mentioning our replacement project. We are fully funded in fiscal year 27. And again, the project is for Williams Elementary School, Bayside 6, grades 4, 5, and 6 replacement. Looking at the two processes we're talking about, so the CIP process is the process that is currently approved with the CIP. And as you know, we've been talking about an alternate process, the PPA process, where we can possibly bundle 3 of our replacement projects together in order to gain efficiencies. But we'll look at the CIP process first. So with the project being fully funded in fiscal year 27, we would probably be looking at getting a design team on board somewhere in 2025, and then bidding the project in 2026. Move-in would be roughly 2028. So with that put in mind, if we are to talk about the level of delivery of service, we would wait until that new building for Williams Elementary School is put into place, rather than rezoning when the existing building is there and trying to fit K-5 into the older building. We would try to do that rezoning right before the building opens. So we would look at if the desire was to go to a K-5 model at Williams Elementary School rather than the 4th, 5th grade model, adding that 6th grade wing onto it with the replacement project, a rezoning would probably be talked about roughly in school year 27, 28. Looking at the PPA process, we would be going through design starting in right after approvals if it was approved in 2022. We would be going to bid, which means we would be entering our comprehensive agreement in 2023 for our construction price. So move-in would be 2025. And so any rezoning that would need to be done would also not need to be done this year, but rather right before the new school opens in school year 24-25. However, it is important to note that during the design process here, whether it's in 2025 or in 2022, and of course we're here with you today because 2022, we're here. But the consultants would need to know what they are designing for. If we were to change our delivery model for the school during the design process, we would be paying double for design. We would have to get a change order in place, and so we would want to understand the delivery of the school for the design for the PPA process, if that was approved, most likely September this year. So again, programmed, we're looking at grades 4, 5, and 6 for the replacement project currently. The school planning size would be 145,000 square feet and an optimal capacity of 950 students. And that would be broken down roughly grades 4 to 5 for 500 plus or minus students. We currently have, in the last 5 years, between 200 to 250 students in grades 4 through 5 in this area. And then Great Bayside 6th grade campus, we've had roughly 400 to 440 students. So we'd be planning for grade 6 in the roughly 450 student range, which is how we get the 950 students. Okay, and then this is just looking a little bit at our feeder zone pattern too, so you can just see a little bit what we're talking about with that 6th grade wing added on. So again, we're in a great position because all of our schools and the feeder schools are really in a very close proximity. You can see the 3 schools of the Tri-Campus right here, with Williams Elementary School being in the western corner. Bayside Middle School is in the blue there, And then this is Bayside sixth grade campus on Jericho Road. Bayside High School is this tan school here. So our tri-campus attendance zone is outlined by yellow here, and the middle school zone where the sixth graders would be coming from is in this blue outline. Subsequently, looking at the feeder zone pattern for the high school level, again, our tri-campus zone is here, right just north of Virginia Beach Boulevard, and then our high school feeder zone is here. Now, it's important to note, we also talk about declining population throughout the school division. This is definitely an area in the northwest area of the city where there are apartment buildings being constructed. We did just get a proposal in the tri-campus zone for another apartment building. So just to keep that in mind, although we have noticed some fluctuation in the population, some decline and up, decline again, I believe in this area we're going to see a lot of apartment buildings which will generate a good number of students that we have to keep in mind. Okay, and with that, I'll have Mr. Freeman come up.
All right, so this brief was designed to be able to set up to receive input from the school board. And so you heard some of the background and history for how the tri-campus arrived at its current configuration, and you heard what's meaningful and what's needed as far as how we develop our facilities. We have heard over time concerns about the number of transitions at tri-campus, so we wanted to make sure that you had as much information as possible about history, how we got here, what the performance has been, and then to be able to prepare us as we move forward. So Melissa did a great job setting up the, we can continue with how Tri-Campus is established now and continue to move forward. However, if there is desire to change based on the PPA process, and that is still a possibility that we can move forward with that. Again, you guys don't vote on the next step of that, which is not the final step until August. We would need to know that information by September if we were continuing with the PPA process in order to be able to have that go smoothly with the designer and make sure that the facilities were established that were grade and age appropriate at that given point in time. And you can see there, and Melissa already covered what's required as far as the input timeline in September if we were to continue with the PPA process, and rezoning that would occur at a later time if that did continue. So all that being said, this is our time, and I'm going to open it up for input from the school board on how you would like us to proceed. One of the first steps, if you wanted us to proceed, would be to request community input to be able to assess where our community sat with its current configuration or a potential modified configuration. And when I say modified, that would bring it to more of a traditional K through 5 model, with Williams also being a 6th grade wing. With that, I'll open it up.
So before we entertain questions, for clarity, can you just present the number of buildings in the present plan and the number of buildings if there was a change in the present plan to the traditional model, and the cost differential, if any? Are we talking about any difference in the number of buildings or just the way they're structured?
Just the way they're structured. So as they described currently.
Sure I'm not missing anything.
Yes, ma'am. So currently the way that it's structured is you progress through an elementary school career, you hit those 3 schools. You go to one school when you're K2, another 3, 4, and then the last one, 4, 5. Currently, Bayside 6 is now also a separate building. Bayside 6 is going to be moved to the Betty F. Williams regardless. So under either approach, Bayside 6 goes away, and there will be a area in the new Williams School for 6th grade.
So that's the present plan. That would be, so why would the 6th grade be part of Williams and not in the middle school?
That's the current plan. That is not changed. So currently, Bayside 6 is its own separate building.
But I mean, if we were to revert to a traditional model, would that sixth grade then wind up in the middle school to be consistent with everybody else?
So we discussed that. We did not, when I say we discussed that, it was not an option that we were looking at to move sixth grade into Bayside Middle.
So that, Madam Chair, that conversation's happened before, as you recall. There was discussion about whether or not the sixth grade campus should be reintegrated into the Bayside Middle School campus. And at that time, and I think we would still hold the position that the benefits of having the sixth graders in their own environment in that feeder pattern, which you recall was established, and in fact, maybe folks don't know, it's been a bit. This happened right about the time I got here. I think it was in process when I arrived. So this was 8 years ago. The school was in danger of not only losing accreditation, but of potential state takeover. And as a part of the work in the division with the Office of School Quality of the Department of Education, one of the options was to restructure the provision of schooling for that building. So I'm talking specifically about Bayside Middle School. So the decision at that time, and I don't have the kind of historical knowledge of who precisely did the work on that, but I know the board was involved in that discussion, was to take the sixth graders out of that building, with the thought process being sixth graders have a difficult time transitioning to the middle school. That is where we see the preponderance of behavioral problems in the middle school, and it was felt if you could pull them into their own environment and focus specifically on their needs and essentially school readiness for the middle school environment, that you could see both academic growth and a reduction in behavioral issues. There also, in that doing so, there was an ability to lower class sizes for both environments. And so one of the conversations around putting kids back into the Bayside environment is you would increase class sizes if you were to do that. You would not be able to keep the environment as it is today and maintain the same class size numbers that we see currently in the Bayside Middle School feeder pattern. So there has not, that's the longer version of why we have not suggested that we would change that structure. And should we change that structure, I suspect we'd have to go back to Veto E because we're still operating under that agreement. And so our position was that in either scenario, we would still build a sixth grade campus. It would be attached to the Betty F campus, similar to the Lansdowne configuration, with some shared facilities. So we have that kind of, not precedent, but that model for how to put two schools together, a middle school and an elementary school. And that we would be able to do that regardless of whether or not that was a K-5 environment at Betty F or if that was still remained a 4-5 environment at Betty F. So we would still be able to have a sixth grade wing, essentially, its own separate wing, built onto whatever that looked like. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I thank you for clarifying that that would remain the case with either plan. All right. So I know you're asking, so we'll open it up, what you're asking the board for input, but is the administration coming forward with any recommendation at this point?
So we had not, so we have had, there's some new information for me that was shared with you all as well. It was new to me, was the kind of original intent of the design, that there was a new building being built, and in order to figure out the best structure for the new buildings, there was a substantive community input process at that time, where the community over there in the Bayside community was engaged on which is the best model here. And the two models that were put in front of the community were the current model, the sort of transition between each building model, or have three separate schools where the community would be divided into three separate elementary zones, and then those children would each attend a K-5 school. So the buildings were built based on that community input, and so what you have now is you have a purely primary building, so that's the K-1 environment at Diamond Springs. There would be a not inconsequential modification requirement to that building if that was to become a K-5 building. It was built as a primary building. So for example, there's bathrooms in the classrooms, and they're all little people bathrooms. And you know, if you have a K-5 configuration, you have little people bathrooms in the classrooms, and then you have bigger people bathrooms throughout the rest of the building. And so we'd have to do some configuration, structural adjustments to the Diamond Springs campus. Similarly, we'd have to do some structural adjustments, and mostly I'll acknowledge these revolve around the restrooms, but some structural adjustments to accommodate primary kids in the other two facilities. So I give you all of that as my lead-in to say to you, if we were going to make a recommendation just based on that, we would say we would want to leave the structures as they are. However, what we could do, and this is really what we also want to know from you, if you want us to do this, we need to get out and do it fairly quickly, because you heard about the timeline and the design process. The potential timeline with the PPEA could be ramped up. So we would need to get out pretty quickly. We could revisit that community conversation. We could, in other words, go back out to the Bayside community and talk about the original question and ask it again. And, you know, now you've had however many years, and I apologize, I don't remember when we did it, but about, you know, over a decade of experience with this now, or excuse me, over probably 2 decades of experience with this now. Is it still working for you as a community, or would you prefer the other outcome? Now, again, I'll say, I don't think we should go ask that question if there's not a will of the board to reconfigure those buildings. You'd have to know we'd have to build that additional cost into the process if we were to go down that road. And you don't want to ask people questions you don't want answers to, right? So we would want to know that too. That's why we're trying to kind of present all of this at the same time. Now, I will say, I've had conversations with several of you, and I also know it's a concern from some that there are a lot of transitions when you go through that campus. So you are transitioning. If you, let's just say you stay the entire time, and of course you know it's a highly mobile community, but if you stay the entire time, you are going to transition between 1, 2, so that's 1. You're going to transition between 2 and 3, that's 1. You're going to transition between 3 and 4, that's another. And you're going to transition then again to the 6th grade campus, that's another. And you're going to transition again to the middle school, that's another. And then you're going to transition to the high school. So that's 5 school transitions, you know, just going through the feeder pattern, right? So, you know, obviously the team over there does a great deal of work to try to make those transitions seamless, right? So there's a lot of cooperation and discussion between the principals around the specific policies of the school, so it's not dramatically different jumping from one school to another. But in any environment where you go from one school to the next, you have to learn the new school. You've got a new set of teachers who you didn't just happen to see in the hallway just walking through to the cafeterias. You've got new staff that parents have to get adjusted to in terms of front office staff and administration. So there are some real transition issues that are associated with that. And so I say all that to say I recognize that that's kind of the driver of why we're even having this conversation, right? So we should talk about why we're even talking about this. And that's what drives it is, do the number of transitions and the challenges associated with that, do they outweigh the need to keep the current configuration and the convenience of that? And so I'll kind of pause there, having maybe laid out a little bit thicker historical understanding, and then talking about the why to say, okay, so what we need from you really is, where do you think we should go, and specifically, should we go back and talk to the community about reconfiguring the schools with an understanding that should we end up doing that, there would be another financial commitment on the part of the board through the CIP to reconfigure the other schools, particularly Diamond Springs, to get it prepared for older kids.
All right, with that, we'll segue to Mrs. Anderson.
So I totally feel like we need to go over to that area and visit the population and get their input. I don't think even contemplating changes like this should be made without input from that particular area of constituents. I think it's important that we get their input and that we listen to what they have to say. They may be perfectly fine with this, or we may get feedback, as you said, to go the other way. So that's just my input right now. I don't think we should even, I don't feel that as a board we can make this decision without their input. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Hughes?
Yeah, I heard everything you said about why the sixth graders are at the elementary school, and I tend to think sixth graders should be at the elementary schools. Was there no consideration for doing this in the rest of the division as opposed to just this particular school?
So the issue is going to be space for the rest of the division. So right now, we had a space just for the sixth grade campus, which is the Aragona building. And of course, the reason we're talking about building one over here is because we want to knock the Aragona building down, and we'll talk about, we've talked about different ways we could deal with that property with the city and a park, for example. If we were to go to a K-6 configuration in our other buildings, we would either have to build an addition similar to the one that we're talking about, or we'd have to evaluate every building for capacity and do a massive redistricting to try to get capacity for sixth graders in the elementary facilities. Not something I'm recommending that the board would want to chew. I do know, like I know when I was in school here, it was a K-6 configuration, so it did
Yeah,
used
it
to be
was
that
too.
way, yeah. So I know it did used to be that way. I think that shifted when the kind of middle school model came along, and it was decided that 6, 7, 8 was the appropriate middle school model, because remember, simultaneously, it used to be only 7 and 8, it used to be 7, 8, and 9 in the middle schools when they were traditional junior highs, and then it was 10, 11, 12 at the high schools, which thank goodness, because we had 3,300 of us just at Green Run at that time. But when we transitioned to the 6, 7, 8, just for, again, the historical background for folks who may be listening, at the middle school, we had to boot the 9th graders out, and that's where we got to the 9th through 12th grade configuration for the high school. So, yeah, we've talked about the K-6 model. We just don't have the space for it right now without a massive redistricting.
Thank you.
Mrs. Manning?
Thank you. Yeah, the reason why I asked for this topic to be put on the agenda is because a leader in the Bayside community came to me and shared concerns about all of the transitions and really felt that it was a detriment to the community. And, honestly, I had never thought of it that way before. But the kids are not, elementary school is such a special place where you get to know everybody. You get to know the folks in the cafeteria, the custodians, the people in the office, and you're a community. And it's like they're having to start all over in forming a new community every few years, as Dr. Spence said. So that was what I heard from one community member, but it's someone who's very active in the Bayside community and active in our schools there as well. So while I don't know what, I don't have a preference over what we do, because I don't have that input from the community, and I think it's imperative that we do get that input.
Thank you. Ms. Owens?
I guess this is kind of piggybacking at this point. I do have some questions about whether that many transitions is in the best interest when we think of the typical elementary school model, where our younger ones are able to see older behaviors, older steps kind of modeled for them, and have something to kind of look forward to. Oh, I see third graders are doing this. This is what I can see and aspire towards or look forward to, and vice versa. They kind of lose the opportunity for the mentorships where the older kids come and read. And I understand that they do some partnerships where maybe the 5th graders are coming over to the other school to provide some of that. I would be on board with putting it back to the community and seeing how they feel about it. It's been 2 decades. Maybe this model is serving them well, but if they're interested in exploring other options, then I think that as a board, we should be open to that.
Okay, Mrs. Franklin?
Thank you. And I wanted to ask you, Dr. Spence, so, because, it really comes down to the students. If the students were just doing amazing, outstanding in this current model with, their scores and their SOLs and everything else, then I would say, well, gosh, we really need to consider staying with this model. But it does appear as if when they transition the first time to grades 2 and 3, that's really where we start seeing the drops, where they're not consistent with the comparable school. Do you feel like that has anything to do with the fact that we do see a decline, maybe, or do we have any?
So it's a great question, and I'm afraid I can't, and Heidi, our research scientist, if she's still around, could probably tackle this with us, but I'm afraid I can't make a causal connection for you.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of variables that go into those numbers, and so those variables could be the number of principals that one of our buildings has seen over the past few years and the transitions that have occurred there, which have not, always been productive.
Okay.
It could just depend on teacher attrition. It could depend on, there's a lot of things that you would want to take a deeper dive into, but I would hesitate to make it causal. That's the problem with data, right? Like on the surface, it looks like, oh, well, there you go, but then you start diving into the specifics of why something may have happened. And, for that matter, you can have a flu outbreak in a building that has impact on test scores. There's all kinds of things that can happen. So it would be really hard for me, particularly if you're looking at, recent data, to make any connections and tell you what happened. But if you look over time, you do see some consistency in that data. So, you can likely...
It looks like from 2015 to 2019, so a span of 4 years.
And I will tell you, we had 3 principals in that building in that span of time.
Really? Okay, so that could be certainly, yeah. Well, yeah, then I was trying to see if that was possibly a connection with the first change that those kids had to make. And if so, then maybe we do have to reconsider going back. But then if we don't really have a true assessment of if that was part of the decline, I guess then maybe talking to the community is a good option. And I do agree, if I had my druthers, I would also see the 6th graders. Because after talking to a lot of kids at middle school and the principals and teachers at elementary school, it does feel like that is where a huge shift happens. And so, yeah, I would not be completely against looking at that either. Thank you.
And I just also want to say, even though I can't tell you it's causal, I'm also not dismissing the possibility that it is, right? So we just don't know. And the only way you'd actually find out would be to go to a different configuration and see if the numbers changed. Yeah, right.
Okay, Mrs. Felton.
She pushed the button. She shouldn't. All right, Carolyn and I are going to have to.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Wright. I'd just like to say that 2014, when I first came on board, this was a very vibrant, strong conversation with this old community where Betty F. Williams reside. And one of the things that the community has always felt that this community have not been served with full capacity. Not that the school division has not been there and done their due diligence. This is just their expectation. Betty F. Williams being as old as it is, I came on in 24. Before I got on the school board, it was a conversation about how old the school was and how things had not been met. I like the response that Dr. Spence made to Ms. Franklin concerning the variables that could have caused the deviation in the academic there, because it has had a transition of a lot of principals there as well, a lot of teachers also. But I would say, making all those, my thought process, I would say most verbally we should get back out there and talk to the community concerning what we are going to do. The community felt like they didn't have a lot of input when that Bayside Campus 6 was put into place, but now they're open to having those conversations. And what I would ask is how will we do this? Where we hold these community conversations and when? The most important part to me about having the conversation with this community is where you're going to have them. And will they be accessible to all? And will they get that information in time to show up and be there? Will there be other means of being able to have this conversation with them? This conversation is overdue with this community, overdue. And I think that it should have this conversation at the table with our division as well.
Yes, ma'am. And just on that last bit, we don't have a current plan, but we certainly will have a plan. And if you have thoughts, we'd certainly take those to incorporate those into how we would approach it. But our general plan would be to be in each part of the community and to, ask the same questions, provide multiple opportunities for people to attend both in person and virtually. But if you've got other thoughts, we'll certainly be happy to hear them.
Thank you. And Mrs. Manning?
Yeah, I forgot to ask one question. So it says in slide 4 that 67% preferred the community campus approach over 3 separate schools. And that was with an 80% response rate, yet 3 separate schools were chosen. I know most people weren't here when that was done, but maybe Ms. Weems remembers, or did you get any explanation for why they decided to go against what the community wanted?
Dr. Janicki, would you like to address that one?
My understanding was that the parent feedback affirmed the task force recommendation to go to the 3 separate sites. 67% preferred the community campus approach.
Yeah. So this says 67% prefer the community campus approach over 3 separate schools.
Over the 3 separate
Over
schools,
K through
K to
5
5.
They preferred what we have now
Yeah.
over at K-5.
Oh, okay, this, okay,
Separate schools.
3 separate schools, I thought that meant K1, 2, 3, okay.
Yeah, they preferred the community campus like it is
Gotcha.
now over 3 separate
Okay.
schools with a K to 5
thank
configuration.
you.
Yes.
So, Mr. Freeman, if I may, Ms. Owens, just quickly,
I'm next.
am I reading this correctly that to keep in aligned with the PPA process timeline, or Dr. Spence, that there would need to be a decision made by September? I'm looking at slide 18 here,
Correct.
just so that we're clear on, those of you asking for the input, this would have to happen pretty immediately. Is that my understanding correct about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the next 2 months probably, and we
Okay.
certainly are prepared to do that, but that's why we wanted to have the conversation now.
Okay, Ms. Owens? Oh, yes, ma'am.
You're always skipping me, Ms. Ryan. That's okay. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was just gonna bring that out. We did have 80% response rate and 67%. The large majority did, think that this was a good idea, the way that we have it now. And that is called the community campus approach, is 3 different buildings, but K1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they did prefer that, just to clarify that. I've had this conversation with Dr. Spence several times in our 101 about also hearing about the amount of transitions. I think it's been 14 years, not quite 2 decades, but it's been 14 years, I think, since Diamond Springs opened. So I think definitely we need to go back in the community, and we need to, obviously, we're on a time frame. I would hate for us to say, let's just, keep it as it is, because we did have overwhelming, support 14 years ago, and then build it, and then start having people come forward and say, you didn't give us a chance, before you built that new wing, or, and so I definitely think we've got to get back in this community. I think that we really need to get, like you said, virtual and in person. We need to go to the churches in that community. There's tons of very active churches, the Williams Farm Rec Center, places like that, to really get a lot of good feedback. And like you said, we got to do it quickly. My concern is it's August, so hopefully we can kind of do the timeline to the very end of September, so we can get the survey done in September, not August, because we're not going to get any feedback in August. So let's go out there and let's do it again and see what the community says.
Thank you, and Ms. Owens?
I just have a couple of actual function questions, just so that I can understand how the tri-campus is working, do the schools share one PTA or PTSA, or are there three separate ones? Okay, and
So for the benefit of anybody listening, there are 3 separate PTAs.
I would imagine that could be a challenge for parents who have 3 different things to keep up with when we're talking about trying to get that engagement up in PTSAs. If there was just one, that's 3 separate meetings that they would have to go to or manage, or are they having their meetings together?
From my understanding, Ms. Owens answered that for you, and visiting them as well, the parents usually just transition with their children. That community has, from what I've seen, has one of the strongest PTAs in that area. And they have supported those schools, those 3 schools, very strongly. In visiting all 3 of those schools and listening to them, the parents just transition along with their child.
Right, but if they have multiple children, then you might have a child in kindergarten, 3rd grade, and 5th grade. Now you are going to 3 PTA meetings.
For only one
Where'd
parent.
you go?
Not all parents, but only one parent said she divided up her time. And she did that because she felt that it was that important. But if you ask me, that Tri-Campus have one of the strongest PTA organizations from those 3 schools. And that is not just from hearsay, that's from conversation with the parents and being there and seeing how they function. But you're right, it might put a stress on them, but only one parent said to me how she scheduled a time to participate in those and giving the full time to them.
Okay, and the start-stop times for the 3 schools, are they all the same, or are they on a, whatever you call that word, stagger? There's a word. Does anybody know? And I'm sorry, these are just
Danielle, do
me
you
trying to
know the
understand
answer?
how.
Do you want to come up to the mic and, do you mind? Thank you.
Diamond Springs and Newtown are B schools. They have a little later start, and Williams starts as an A school.
Okay.
Mhm.
And maybe that is what is working for the community. I know it would probably be challenging on our transportation to have them all on the same schedule. But my mind is going to, if I had kids in 3 different grades, which a lot of people do, are you now expanding the amount of time that I need to be home to get kids off on buses and then have kids coming home to daycare situations at different times, which may be working for them, which is why we need to hear from them instead of just, oh, Jessica thinks. And then my last question is, do we have any thoughts about the influences playing into staff turnover at those schools with principals or other staff members turning over? It seems like if we're going to have that many transitions and then have transitions within the individual schools, that is a lot for those students.
So I don't have the specific numbers, but I believe that we see similar attrition in those buildings as we would see in any other buildings.
Okay. So that was kind of an anomaly with the principal turning over those 3 times. That.
Definitely an anomaly, one we believe we've got a good response to, and I think you all have seen it. Mr. Williams will be moving over there, one of our experienced principals, and I think that'll help.
Okay. Thank you. That just helped me understand a little bit about the process.
So that takes care of the queue, and it sounds to me, Mr. Freeman, that you got the answer you needed from this
Yes,
board?
we have our answer.
Okay,
We will follow up with you at the appropriate time. Appreciate your time.
thank you again.
Thank you.
We do. We will create an input process. If you have individual thoughts as board members, a couple of you shared that you may, if you just please share those with me so that I can help inform our development of that process, and we will follow up with you all by memo about what we're going to do. And of course, we'll come back to you when we have the information collected.
Okay. All right, our final session of the day, school board budget priorities. Ms. Crystal Pate, our Chief Financial Officer.
sure I'm going in the right direction here. Okay. So good afternoon, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Melnick, school board members, and Dr. Spence. I'm going to begin the presentation by sharing with you some information on the economies for the national, state, and local. Most of this information comes from the 2022 mid-year economic forecast that Old Dominion University's Dragus Center for Economic Analysis and Policy puts out every June. So we do use that as a jumping off point to start this process. The U.S. economy will continue to slow in the second half of 2022, and the prospects of a recession remained increased. High demand for goods combined with a constrained supply chain has resulted in what's kind of termed global synchronized shock. It is thought that the lingering and continuing impacts of COVID-19 will continue to disrupt the efficient operation of global markets. It is believed that inflation will continue to rise this year before moderating over the next 2 years, and the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated the fragility of domestic and international supply chains exacerbated by the invasion of Ukraine. So in 2021, we had a pretty strong rebound on the national economy. The GDP in the first quarter of the year shrank by 1.5%. Their current prediction is that the U.S. real GDP will ultimately increase at an annual rate of 2.2% in 2022 and forecasted to increase 1.8% in 2023. Mid-year economic forecasts suggest inflationary pressures on the economy will continue into 2023. Spending decisions are starting to be made based on the belief that inflation continues to worsen. And I'm sure many of you saw last week where they released the information that we have the inflation is the highest it's been in 40 years. The United States labor market added 390,000 jobs to payrolls in May. The gains were broad-based across sectors and exceeded consensus expectations. Unemployment rate in the U.S. will average 3.8% in 2022, increasing slightly to 4.1% in 2023. Local economists predict the CPI will increase by 6.5% in 2022, slowed in the second half of 2022 by the U.S. Federal Reserve raising interest rates. It's also believed that Federal Reserve is likely to make some more interest rate increases throughout the remainder of the year in an effort to control inflation. And again, just for comparison purposes, the CPI rose 3.3% in April and stands about 8.3% above April of last year. And if you just look at core inflation, which takes away food and energy prices, which are some of our highest items, it rose 0.6% and stands 6.2% a year ago. For the Virginia economy, general fund revenues for April and May combined grew by more than $1.5 billion over the same period last year, and that's an increase of 27.3%. On a fiscal year-to-date basis, total revenue collections have risen 17.8%. When waiting for the last month of the year to be finalized, the state has collected 95% of the total general revenue funds they anticipated in their February forecast. Sales tax collection reflects continued growth in inflation-driven consumer spending, increasing 8.6% for May. Fiscal year-to-date growth of 13.8% remains ahead of the 11.4% that was forecasted. In Virginia, the employment growth continues and the unemployment rate remains low. There's been a strong labor market in Virginia and has produced 61,000 jobs in 3 months since January. There were 113,000 more Virginians employed in April 2022 than there were in April 2021, an increase of 2.7%. While recent trends are encouraging, Virginia has yet to recover more than 150,000 jobs lost during the pandemic. States such as North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, and Florida have all exceeded pre-pandemic employment levels. While Virginia has underperformed the nation on jobs recovered since the pandemic, ranking 47th overall, momentum is building, and for the first 4 months of the year, Virginia ranks 16th among states for unemployment. Obviously, the volatility in the financial markets, the high interest rates, and high inflation have the potential to start having consumers tighten their spending. The GDP in Virginia and Hampton Roads is currently forecasted to increase by 2.4% in 2022, partly fueled by anticipated increases in defense spending, and 2.0% in 2023. The Consumer Price Index, local economists predict that will increase by 2.4% in 2022. And the CPI, as many of us know, have increased more than the wages, and critical products like food and gas and other energy-related expenditures has risen double-digit percentages, significantly outpacing average wage and growth. For the Hampton Roads economy, we have not kept up with our neighboring metro areas in employment generation. And while we have an unemployment rate has declined to 3.3% as of April 2022, it was primarily driven by people exiting the labor force instead of a robust recovery in employment. There are 3% fewer jobs in the region as of April 2022 than prior to the pandemic, and job growth could pick up later this year again as more defense spending comes into the region. The Dragon Center economists predict that median sales prices of home values will rise in 2022 despite increases in mortgage rates. Our direct Department of Defense spending for 2022 is $25.3 billion, and that's up from $24.5 billion in 2021. GDP in 2022 is 2.4%, and that's down from 3% in 2021. Unemployment rate, as mentioned, is in 2022 is 3.3%, and that's down from 4.5% in 2021. The region's hotel industry recovered all of its losses in 2020. Hotels in the region continue to outperform their peers across the Commonwealth and nation. Hotel revenues are forecasted to rise by 8.4% in 2022. The hotel industry would like to forget 2020, which saw a 35.2% decrease in revenues, and remember 2021 for a long time, which saw an increase of 68.8% in revenues. This next slide shows some regional economic performance indicators for the Hampton Roads areas. I'm not going to go through each of them. You will see some of the larger swings, like in the initial unemployment claims, which reduced 92.3% from March 2021 to March 2022. The taxable retail sales is up 10.1% from the fourth quarter of 2020 to the fourth quarter of 2021. The Federal Housing Finance Agency Housing Price Index, and that's basically the values of homes, that's up 15.5% from 2021 quarter one to quarter one 2022. And again, you see that hotel revenue per available room, that increased 27.04% from year-to-date April 2022 to April, with it from the year-to-date April 2022. This next slide is, you've seen before, it used to be titled like unmet needs, and so we now have decided, we changed it to be unfunded priorities. This is the list that was developed during the 2023 budget development cycle. This will be an ever-evolving slide as we approach FY 2024 budget development. You will see the compensation pieces up at the front, and again, not to go through all of these lines, many of you have seen before. We still have the line where we're trying to chip away at using one-time funding to balance the budget. We did do that in fiscal year 2023 and still plan to stay on track to make that second part of that three-part phase to reduce it in 2024. I think you will hear a lot in the morning on compensation and staffing, and we do expect information from the market survey, so we do expect that this list will be changing based on the information that you will hear, and that we'll have further discussions coming up during the budget development process. You also received a lot of information today concerning distance learning and mental health task force and the recovery school, which also will have impacts on the budget as we move forward. This next slide is, again, another slide that we're evolving as we get ready to start the budget season. It's kind of a must-do for fiscal year 24 budget. The first line, 5% compensation, we know that's included in the state's budget for fiscal year 2024. That is for SOQ positions. It does require a local match, and traditionally, the division funds the 5% or whatever raise we recommend for non-SOQ positions as well. We also, as you received a transportation update at the board meeting the other night, we do have bus driver salaries that were increased in order to recruit and retain our bus drivers. That currently is funded with federal money that will need to be rolled into our baseline budget in 2024. We also are going to have to look at increasing the baseline budget in the athletic fund for police wages. Those wages were increased during the year. We were having some difficulty funding or finding police officers for our athletic events. The athletic fund was able to absorb that in fiscal year '22, but it did put a little bit of a strain on that fund, so we need to look at possibly increasing the baseline budget in that athletic fund. We always have interactive whiteboard replacement. We need to build that into our baseline budget. We've been usually funding that with some mid-year funding and possibly if we have any reversion funding, but we really want to get a cycle built into the baseline on an ongoing basis. The second to the last bullet has to do with review for considerations, things such as positions and programs and incentives that we have built into our ESSER, American Rescue Plan funding. As those funding sources begin to sunset, we need to start reviewing what we funded, what works for the division, what maybe doesn't, and what we may need to continue to build into the budget as those revenue sources end. And again, the balancing the one-time need for funds will continue to be on that pace. And so again, as we go through the budget development process and further discussions, not only with school board and senior staff, that we likely will have some updates to this slide as well. So this slide just kind of gives you some factors which impact the school division's budget, and at the top of the list is, of course, employee compensation and workforce challenges. Any programmatic priorities, again, you received a lot of information of things we're trying to do things different in the division from a programmatic standpoint. If we happen to have any enrollment fluctuations, right now they seem to have leveled off for the most part, but certainly that is something that impacts our funding greatly. Local funding source assurances, again, many of you know, and most of you know, the city has took a set aside off of our revenue sharing formula in '23, and so we need to constantly be aware of what the city is doing and what that funding looks like as we move forward. When we do the 5-year forecast, certainly we will be given what they perceive to be a forecasted amount from the city for the fiscal year 2024. Allocations, again, from federal, state, local, grant funding. Again, if we start into a recession era, those sources can be impacted, and we will have to keep an eye on that. If you were ever around or on school board or are part of this division back when we did the recession, it does change the dynamics of our environment quite a bit. Rising costs of operating expenses, fuel, utilities, state and federal mandates, those have been around for a really long time. And the last one is changes with the Virginia retirement system. So we have no information yet that we are going to expect to see a percentage increase in the employer rate, which can be substantial to us. However, there was an article just recently that indicated that VRS right now is going to count on the last year's earnings to kind of weather this year's market. So we are going to probably be keeping an eye out on that as we move forward. I think the state made a decision not to go with the VRS board's lower rate for the VRS employer contribution, and based on that situation right now, that was probably a wise decision. This is just a really snippet of the proposed budget calendar. It really hasn't changed. We will present the budget calendar school board for information and action in September. During the time frame of October through December, we will be getting budget requests from all the that were submitted from the cost centers. Our 5-year forecast will be presented to school board and city council in November. We'll have our first public hearing in December, and towards the 3rd week of December, we do expect to have state revenue estimates released by the Virginia Department of Education. In January, budget development staff will review all the requests, analyze and summarize them, and certainly bring them to Dr. Spence, senior staff, PPMC, and of course, school board. And then in February, the superintendent's estimate of needs and the proposed CIP will be presented to the school board. We will have budget workshops throughout February as well as public hearing. In March, we will hope to have the proposed operating budget and CIP adopted by the school board and provided to the city staff. And then we will also present the proposed operating budget and CIP to city council in April with hopefully an adoption by May 15th for the operating budget and CIP. And that is all the information I have for you this afternoon. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Pate. Mrs. Anderson.
Do you have any idea when the revenue sharing formula was last revised with city council and signed by them?
I don't have the actual date. It is in our budget book, but it's probably been 3 or 4 years ago. We haven't revisited it we've had discussions with city council, members of city council, but we have not actually gone through and revised the revenue sharing formula since the last time it was revised to remove the set-asides.
I
Right,
think it
the
was
last one that I saw-
2019.
Yeah,
I
it's
saw
been,
was 2019, not that it was revised and signed.
Well, it was just before I became, the year before I became chair, that's how I keep track of that.
Right, so I think it was signed by Mayor Sessoms at the time. So I just wondered if that's
Yeah, I
something
think we have
that
more
we
recent one than
need
that.
to think about. We need to think about talking with them and finding that, actually putting into an agreement that they would honor the revenue sharing formula.
yeah, the way it reads right now is that they have that opportunity to, and discretion to change it, but they are supposed to have conversations with Dr. Spence and
Right.
members of the school board.
And then on the 5% compensation, that is, you said it's coming from the state for
That-
next year?
Right, because if you remember, they did the 10% for the biennium, so it was 5% in '23 and 5% in '24.
Right, right. So we know now that 5% is not enough. Obviously, 10% is what Chesapeake gave their teachers after they found out, what we were doing. And that's what our teachers are, we want to be the #1 school system in the area, yet we're not compensating our teachers as the #1. So we need to think about compensation that way. And I'm not saying that we need to completely redo the revenue sharing formula. The idea is fine as long as they honor it when they should.
And I
So-
think that's why it's going to be really important when Ms. Woodhouse and her staff share all the compensation philosophy in the morning and all of that, that you have those conversations. We certainly we want to hear and take that direction.
Right, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Franklin?
Crystal, I know we had talked about it in the past, in past meetings, but do we not have the discussion about increasing our pay, our starting pay to $15 an hour for workers?
There is a discussion about that. I don't know if Cheryl wants to come up with the exact dates, but I know there's some deadlines for when those rates
I
have to
just
go
didn't
into
see it on
effect.
it's not called
Yeah,
needs now. What is it? Unfunded priorities?
Yes, during the HR presentation, we presented, and I believe we have 3 years in which to get our starting salary at the baseline of $15. So over the next couple of years, it increases incrementally. This year was getting all staff to $12 as a minimum wage, which that was addressed through the budget process. But we do know in 3 additional years, our entry level will need to be $15 per hour.
Do we need to add that to our unfunded priority list, I guess?
We do, and we just need to get a cost of that. I don't think we've actually costed that
okay.
out yet, but
Okay,
we
but we
will. And
could-
that's why I kind of qualified everything and said that it's an evolving list, because that is it's a
gotcha.
great point that we will need to be putting that together in our
Okay.
list.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I know so much of this will be impacted by tomorrow's discussion. That's
Absolutely.
probably what a lot of others are thinking.
Absolutely.
So, and of course, you remain available for any follow-ups, as
Absolutely.
always. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So as a wrap-up, I'll begin and then turn it over to Dr. Spence. But my thanks to all my colleagues for being present today. Tomorrow's agenda, a quick recap of that, will be a follow-up on the school board compensation philosophy dating back to last summer's retreat. A follow-up discussion on staff compensation with the survey update and staffing challenges and solutions. That brings us up to noon time. Then we'll have our another lunch and scratch cooking demo, version 2022, and for those of us who haven't had the pleasure of meeting our new Director of Food Services, Ms. Harrison. And then 1:30 to 2:30 is our enhanced employee input process, followed by family communication engagement update and tour. And I've been assured that this tour is new and improved from even last summer. And then we'll wrap up our retreat by 4:30. We'll have a short break to then prepare for our abridged school board meeting at 5 o'clock. And a reminder that the closed session will take place at the conclusion of that formal meeting. So that covers my comments. Dr. Spence.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So, just quickly, relative to the budget priorities, and then just a reminder on a couple things. So as we're going through, based on your comment about, a lot of that is predicated on tomorrow. So as we're going through tomorrow and as you're reflecting on today, a reminder that one of the things we do hope to do in this 2 days is collect from you all any additional budget priorities that you think we need to be paying attention to. And so if you're thinking about that tomorrow and you have other things to share, that does shape our first conversations when we come out of the gates starting around November and start to get a picture of what things are going to look like as we internally, administratively start to put some recommendations together. And then the second piece is also a reminder. So we always use these retreat conversations to help us inform our board agenda development process. So if there are things that pop up in here that you think to yourself, we'd like to see that at a future workshop or just in a future agenda, if you would just jot that down, take note of that, and make sure that when we wrap up and conclude tomorrow afternoon, that that'll be one of the questions I'll ask you. Was there anything that came up over the last 2 days that you think needs further attention in a future workshop or information item? So if you'll just be thinking about that. Other than that, that's it from me, Madam Chair, and I'm sure everybody will be super thrilled to get the gift of a few extra minutes of their day.
I did remember one more thing. There was one of our tutors reached out to me with the early numeracy program, and so I got assurance today that, and this is for K to 2, that program will continue this year with ESSER funding. So I know she'll be happy to hear that, and then it will all be reassessed for the year following. And also allow me, Dr. Spence, on behalf of all my colleagues, to thank all the staff who presented today. Dr. Rogers, Mr. Delaney, Mr. Din, Mr. Jameson, Dr. Lindsay Law, Dr. Janicki, Ms. Ingram, Mr. Freeman, Ms. Pate. This just taking into account today's presentations reflected months of planning and assessing and reassessing. So our sincere thanks to all of you. A lot of really good meaty information was presented today, and again, we greatly appreciate it. So with that, day 1 retreat is adjourned, and we'll be back here convening at, again, 8:45 with our first session, and breakfast starting at 8:15. Have a good evening, everyone.